Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The moon hung low over Gotham City, its pale light reflecting off the glass and steel of downtown's towers. A gentle snow had begun to fall, dusting the streets with a deceptive purity that would soon be trampled into grey slush by morning traffic. But for now, in these quiet hours before dawn, the city wore its winter coat with dignity. From his vantage point atop the Wayne Enterprises building, Batman watched the snow accumulate on the shoulders of his cape. The night had been relatively quiet, a few attempted muggings thwarted, a convenience store robbery prevented, the usual desperate crimes of a city that never truly slept. But something else had drawn him to this particular rooftop, with its clear view of the recently renovated Iceberg Lounge across the plaza. The lounge's new facade gleamed with tasteful blue-white lighting, accentuating its Art Deco lines and the subtle penguin motifs incorporated into its architecture. After months of construction behind opaque barriers, Oswald Cobblepot's infamous establishment had re-emerged as a seemingly legitimate business venture, a high-end restaurant, nightclub, and now, according to illuminated banners draped across its entrance, an art gallery preparing for its grand opening. Batman's eyes narrowed as he studied the activity below. Even at this late hour, delivery trucks were bringing crates to the service entrance, artwork being installed for tomorrow night's gala, presumably. Security personnel in crisp black suits patrolled the perimeter, their movements precise and professional. Everything appeared legitimate, which only deepened Batman's suspicion. "Alfred," he spoke into his cowl's communication system, "what do we know about the art collection being unveiled at the Iceberg Lounge tomorrow?" Alfred's voice came through with its usual crisp efficiency. According to press releases, it's primarily featuring pieces from the private collection of Maxwell Vantage, the shipping magnate. Some quite valuable pieces, including several rare Degas sculptures and a recently rediscovered Caravaggio. The exhibition is titled Treasures from the Depths, a rather on-the-nose nautical theme given Mr. Cobblepot's proclivities. Batman watched as another crate was carefully unloaded, this one larger than the others, requiring 4 handlers to maneuver it through the service doors. And what do we know about Vantage's collection? Assembled over the past decade, primarily through high-end auction houses, no significant provenance concerns on record, though art authentication is hardly an exact science. He is considered a serious collector, if somewhat nouveau in his tastes. Any connection to Cobblepot before this exhibition? A brief pause as Alfred consulted his records. "None that I can find in public records, though they do move in some of the same social circles since Cobblepot's apparent rehabilitation and entry into legitimate business." Batman's attention was drawn to a sleek black limousine that pulled up to the lounge's main entrance. A portly figure emerged, leaning heavily on a custom umbrella despite the awning protecting him from the gentle snowfall. Oswald Cobblepot, dressed impeccably in a tailored tuxedo, his monocle catching the light as he surveyed the front of his establishment with evident satisfaction. "Cobblepot's been too quiet lately," Batman mused, 3 months without any credible criminal intelligence linking him to smuggling operations, weapons deals, or protection rackets. Perhaps he truly has reformed, Alfred suggested, though his tone held the same skepticism Batman felt. People like Cobblepot don't reform, Alfred. They evolve, find new ways to hide old habits. As if to punctuate this observation, Cobblepot turned toward the sleek glass doors, revealing a small group of men waiting in the lobby, not staff, judging by their posture and the deference shown by the security personnel. A late-night business meeting, perhaps, or something less legitimate. I need to be at that gala tomorrow night, Batman decided. Not as myself. I presume you mean neither of your usual selves, Alfred noted dryly. Shall I prepare an appropriate alternate identity? Someone wealthy enough to be invited, but not prominent enough to be immediately recognized. An out-of-town collector, perhaps. I believe I can arrange that, though may I suggest that Bruce Wayne might have an easier time accessing such an event. He is, after all, on virtually every gala guest list in Gotham. Batman continued watching as Cobblepot disappeared into his establishment, the doors closing behind him like the entrance to a fortress disguised as a palace of entertainment. Bruce Wayne is too obvious. Cobblepot would be immediately suspicious. He paused, considering. But perhaps an associate of Wayne Enterprises could make an appearance? Someone with a plausible interest in art acquisition for the corporate collection. As you wish, sir. I'll prepare the necessary credentials and background, though I feel compelled to point out that infiltrating a heavily secured gala filled with Gotham's elite carries certain risks that facing armed criminals does not. A faint smile touched Batman's lips beneath his cowl. Social risks, Alfred. I was thinking more of the challenge of concealing your combat equipment beneath appropriate evening wear. The cut of a bespoke tuxedo leaves little room for bat-shaped weaponry. Despite the gravity of his suspicions, Batman felt a moment of genuine amusement at Alfred's perpetual concern for proper attire, even in the context of crime fighting. I'm sure you'll find a solution. You always do. With a final glance at the Iceberg Lounge, Batman fired his grapnel gun and swung away into the snowy night. The gala was still 20 hours away, time enough to gather more intelligence and prepare for whatever Cobblepot was planning beneath the veneer of legitimate business. As he disappeared into the shadows, the snow continued to fall, covering his tracks almost as quickly as they were made. The Batcave hummed with quiet electronic activity as Batman reviewed everything known about Maxwell Vantage and his art collection. Holographic displays showed detailed images of the key pieces to be exhibited, along with their provenance, valuation, and security consideration. The timing is suspicious, Batman noted, manipulating the display to show a timeline of recent high society thefts across Gotham. 5 major burglaries in 3 months, all targeting private collections, jewelry, rare books, antique weapons, and not a single lead. Alfred approached with a tray holding a light meal, sustenance that Batman would consume mechanically while working, more out of necessity than appetite. And you believe Mr. Cobblepot is behind these thefts, despite his apparent focus on his legitimate business ventures? Batman zoomed in on security footage from one of the crime scenes, the penthouse of industrialist Warren Pierce, where a collection of rare Japanese swords had been taken with surgical precision. The methodology is consistent with Cobblepot's operations. No unnecessary damage, no violence unless confronted, highly specific targets. These aren't opportunistic crimes, they're carefully planned acquisitions. But to what end? Alfred asked, setting down the tray. The stolen items haven't appeared on any known black markets, and Mr. Cobblepot hardly needs the money given the apparent success of his renovated establishment. Batman pulled up another display. Architectural plans of the Iceberg Lounge, both historical and current. It's not about money, it's about status. Cobblepot has always seen himself as Gotham aristocracy, denied his rightful place. The original building housing the Iceberg Lounge was constructed during Prohibition, specifically designed for smuggling operations. Alfred studied the plans with interest. Bootlegging tunnels, rather common in buildings of that era. Not just tunnels, an entire subterranean network connecting to Gotham Bay. The city sealed most of the old smuggling routes during urban renewal in the 1980s, but the primary water access beneath the lounge was simply capped, not filled in. Batman manipulated the display, overlaying modern plumbing and electrical schematics onto the historical plans. The renovation plans submitted to the city show no changes to the substructure, but building materials purchased tell a different story. Nearly 30 tons of specialized waterproofing compound and marine-grade concrete, not accounted for in any official documentation. Alfred's eyebrows rose slightly. He's restored the water access and expanded it, Batman confirmed. Water levels in the maintenance tunnels adjacent to the lounge have fluctuated over the past month, subtle enough to avoid detection by city engineers, but consistent with lock system operation. The implications were clear. Cobblepot had created a modern smuggling operation beneath his legitimate business. A hidden route for moving valuable goods in and out of the heart of Gotham without passing through normal security checkpoints. And tomorrow's gala provides the perfect opportunity, Batman continued. Hundreds of wealthy guests, valuable art pieces being moved in and out, security focused on the public spaces rather than the restricted areas. A classic misdirection, Alfred observed. But what precisely do you believe is being smuggled? The stolen items from the previous burglaries? Batman's expression darkened. Those, potentially, but I suspect something larger. The gala exhibition centers around marine discoveries, salvaged treasures. Vantage's shipping company has exclusive contracts with 3 international archaeological expeditions currently working on underwater sites. Antiquities smuggling, Alfred sounded surprised. Hardly Mr. Cobblepot's usual area of expertise. He typically prefers more straightforward criminal enterprises. International art and antiquities theft is $100 billion industry, Alfred. More profitable than drugs in many markets, with far less scrutiny from law enforcement. And Cobblepot has been cultivating relationships with legitimate cultural institutions for the past year. Museum directors, auction house specialists, private collectors. Batman pulled up one final display, a map showing shipping routes from archaeological sites in the Mediterranean, South China Sea, and off the coast of Peru, all converging on Gotham Harbor. The Vantage shipping vessel, Poseidon's Trident, docked yesterday, supposedly carrying the centerpiece of tomorrow's exhibition, a recently discovered bronze statue recovered from a Roman shipwreck. Except there's no record of such a discovery in any archaeological publication or permit application. Alfred's expression showed dawning comprehension. A cover for smuggled antiquities. Quite ingenious, really. Hiding illegally obtained artifacts among legitimately sourced ones, using a public exhibition as both laundering mechanism and marketplace. Exactly. Batman closed the displays with a gesture. Tomorrow night, Gotham's elite won't just be admiring art, they'll be unwitting participants in a high-end black market auction, disguised as a charity gala. And your plan, sir? Batman moved toward the section of the cave where specialized equipment was stored. I need to identify which pieces are legitimate and which are stolen. document Cobblepot's operation, and shut it down without alerting his security or endangering the guests. A subtle approach, then, Alfred noted, not your most practiced methodology, if I may say so. Batman selected several miniaturized scanning devices, small enough to be concealed in cufflinks or collar stays. Sometimes the most effective way to fight isn't with fists. Indeed, sir, though I imagine those may eventually come into play as well. As Batman continued his preparations, Alfred moved to another workstation, where a bespoke tuxedo waited for final adjustments, especially designed to conceal the tools of vigilante justice beneath its impeccable tailoring. Your identity for the evening has been established, Alfred reported. Harrison K., Fine Arts Acquisition Consultant for Wayne Enterprises Corporate Collection. Credentials have been created, a background established in relevant databases, and an invitation to the gala secured through appropriate channels. Batman nodded his approval, and the equipment? Modified for concealment with informal attire, as requested. Though I should note that even the slimmest bat-shaped throwing weapons create rather unfortunate lines in a properly fitted dinner jacket. A rare hint of amusement crossed Batman's face. I'm sure Gotham's criminal element would be devastated to learn they rank below sartorial concern. On the contrary, sir, Alfred replied with perfect composure. I believe they would be relieved to know that some standards of civilization remain inviolate, even in these troubled times. As the preparations continued, the cave's atmosphere shifted from investigation to anticipation. The familiar tension that preceded every mission, heightened by the unusual nature of this particular infiltration. Tomorrow night, Batman would face one of his most persistent adversaries, not in the shadows of high society. And beneath the iceberg lounge, secrets waited to be uncovered. Treasures from the depths, both literal and figurative, that Oswald Cobblepot had gone to extraordinary lengths to claim as his own. The iceberg lounge glowed like a frozen sapphire against the night sky, its facade illuminated with artfully placed lights that created the impression of an ice palace transported to the heart of Gotham. A steady stream of limousines and luxury cars deposited the city's elite onto a blue carpet that led to the entrance, where photographers captured their arrival for society pages and social media. Harrison K., the identity Batman had assumed for the evening, arrived in an understated but immaculate black Bentley, joining the queue of vehicles with practiced patience. From the outside, he appeared to be exactly what his credentials claimed, a distinguished art consultant in his early 40s, with subtle grey at his temples, wire-rimmed glasses, and the confident but unassuming demeanor of someone accustomed to wealth, but not defined by it. Beneath this carefully constructed exterior, Batman's senses were fully alert, analyzing every detail of the lounge's security measures. Armed guards dressed as staff posted at strategic locations. Cameras concealed within isometric decorative elements. Identification being verified both electronically and visually at the entrance. Professional. Thorough. But focused primarily on keeping uninvited guests out, rather than detecting deception within. When his car reached the entrance, Batman smoothly assumed his role, nodding politely to the valet, presenting his invitation with practiced ease. The facial recognition software hidden in the entryway would find nothing suspicious. The advanced nanomask technology he wore created a completely convincing alternate appearance, down to the texture of the skin and the pattern of pores. Mr. K, welcome to the Iceberg Lounge, greeted a hostess in a shimmering blue gown. Mr. Cobblepot is delighted that Wayne Enterprises has shown interest in the exhibition. Batman inclined his head slightly. The corporate collection has several gaps in its representation of maritime-themed works. I'm particularly interested in the Degas sculptures." The practiced small talk continued as he was escorted into the main gallery space, a soaring room dominated by a massive cylindrical aquarium that rose through the center of the lounge's multiple levels. Exotic fish in shades of blue and white drifted through artificial ice formations, creating a living art installation that complemented the exhibition pieces arranged throughout the space. The gathered crowd represented Gotham's upper echelon: old money families, new technology entrepreneurs, celebrities, politicians, and the various parasitic entities that orbited such concentrations of wealth and influence. They moved between display pedestals with champagne flutes in hand, their appreciation for the art secondary to the social performance of being seen appreciating it. Batman moved through the space with deliberate efficiency, pausing at each significant piece long enough to activate the scanning devices concealed in his accessories. The specialized sensors would analyze material composition, age, restoration work, and compare the results against known databases of authenticated works, all transmitted securely to the Bat computer for real-time analysis. "Harrison K," a silky voice spoke from behind him. "I wouldn't have expected Bruce Wayne to send his art buyer to such a social event." Batman turned to find Selina Kyle regarding him with amused curiosity, her black evening gown a striking contrast to the predominantly blue and white attire of other guests. As always, she projected an aura of belonging wherever she chose to be, regardless of invitation status. Kyle," he acknowledged, maintaining his cover identity's demeanor. "I wasn't aware you and Mr. Wayne were acquainted." Her smile suggested private knowledge. "Bruce and I cross paths occasionally, usually when something shiny is involved." She gestured toward the exhibition pieces. "Like tonight, quite a collection Cobblepot has assembled." Batman noted the calculated way she positioned herself. Back to the wall, clear sight lines to all exits, the subtle tension in her posture that suggested she was prepared for rapid movement despite her elegant attire. "You seem familiar with it," he observed. "I make it my business to know valuable things," she replied, sipping her champagne. "For instance, I know that the Degas sculpture you were admiring earlier is authentic, but it's not the one listed in the exhibition catalogue." Batman's interest sharpened, though he revealed nothing in his expression. "Different provenance, different everything. The catalogue describes Little Dancer at 14 years, but what's displayed is Spanish Dancer. Similar aesthetic, completely different piece." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "An oversight in the catalogue printing, perhaps, or something more deliberate." Before he could pursue this intriguing information, the ambient lighting dimmed slightly, and a spotlight illuminated a small stage near the central aquarium. Oswald Cobblepot stepped into the light, resplendent in a white dinner jacket with subtle penguin-like tails, his ever-present umbrella now a sleek ivory creation that matched his attire. "Distinguished guests," Cobblepot began, his refined accent carefully cultivated to mask his Gotham origins. "What an honor to welcome you to the inaugural exhibition at the Iceberg Lounge's Gallery of Maritime Treasures." Polite applause rippled through the crowd as Cobblepot continued his welcoming speech, emphasizing the exhibition's charitable component. A percentage of proceeds from art sales would benefit oceanic conservation efforts, a cause that allowed the wealthy to feel virtuous while participating in Batman used the distraction to murmur to Selina, "How many other discrepancies have you noticed?" Her eyes remained on Cobblepot, her expression one of polite attention, but her voice was low and precise. "At least 3 clear substitutions. 2 others, I suspect, but can't confirm without a closer examination. The kind that would set off alarm systems. And you're sharing this information because... Now she did glance at him, one eyebrow arched elegantly. Professional courtesy? Or perhaps I'm bored with watching Cobblepot preen. He always was the most insufferable of Gotham's gallery of rogues. The crowd's attention shifted as Cobblepot gestured grandly toward a large shape covered in blue velvet near the central aquarium. And now, the centerpiece of our exhibition, a genuine marvel recovered from the depths by our esteemed benefactor, Maxwell Vantage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Neptune's Chariot. With theatrical timing, the velvet covering was whisked away, revealing a magnificent bronze sculpture of the sea god in his chariot, drawn by hippocamps, mythological seahorses with fish-like lower bodies. The sculpture stood nearly 7 feet tall, the green patina of ancient bronze contrasting beautifully with the subtle lighting designed to highlight its details. Appreciative murmurs swept through the crowd as Cobblepot continued. This remarkable piece, dated to the 1st century BCE, was recovered from a previously undiscovered shipwreck in the Mediterranean. After careful restoration under Mr. Vantage's patronage, it makes its public debut tonight, the first time it has been seen in over 2,000 years. Batman studied the sculpture carefully, his concealed scanning devices capturing every detail for analysis. Beside him, Selina had gone very still, her attention fixed on the bronze masterpiece, with professional assessment rather than aesthetic appreciation. Problem? He asked under his breath. That's not from any Mediterranean shipwreck, she replied, voice barely audible. The stylistic elements are clearly Greco-Roman, but the execution... She shook her head slightly. Completely wrong for the period, and the patina is artificially aged. Cobblepot was now introducing Maxwell Vantage, a florid man in his 60s whose shipping fortune had purchased him entry into Gotham's social elite, despite humble origins not dissimilar to Cobblepot's own. My friends, Vantage addressed the crowd with practiced bonhomie. The treasures you see tonight represent not just artistic achievement, but the enduring human spirit that creates beauty even in the face of nature's fury. The ancient mariners who carried these pieces across treacherous seas may have failed in their journeys, but their legacy endures through our efforts to recover and preserve their precious cargo. As the speeches continued, Batman received the first analysis results from the Bat computer through his concealed earpiece. Alfred's voice came through, pitched low enough that only he could hear. Sir, preliminary scans confirm your suspicions. Of the 12 major pieces displayed, at least 5 show material inconsistencies with their purported origins. The centerpiece in particular contains modernly processed alloys impossible in ancient metallurgy. Face, Batman murmured, appearing to adjust his glasses while speaking into the hidden microphone. Worse, sir. 3 pieces match the material composition of items reported stolen from private collections in Europe over the past year. The sculpture of Neptune corresponds precisely to a commissioned piece that disappeared from a foundry in Athens 4 months ago, before its planned delivery to the Greek National Museum. The pieces were falling into place. Cobblepot wasn't just hosting an exhibition, he was orchestrating an elaborate shell game. Stolen authentic pieces were being substituted for the legitimately acquired ones described in the exhibition catalogue, while high-quality modern forgeries were being presented as ancient discoveries. The legitimate provenance of the original collection provided cover for introducing stolen or looted items into the legal art market. And the timing of the gala created the perfect opportunity to make the switch, with artwork being moved in and out amid the controlled chaos of event preparation. The vault, Batman realized, scanning the room and identifying the discreet but heavy security door partially concealed behind an ice blue curtain. They'll be keeping the original pieces secure while the substitutions are displayed. Taking there would be unwise at present, Alfred cautioned through the earpiece. Security is concentrated in that sector, and breaching it without your usual equipment would be problematic. Batman's attention was drawn to a commotion near one of the side displays. A young woman in an elaborate gown was gesturing emphatically at a small statuette displayed in a glass case, her voice rising above the general murmur of the crowd. "This is absolutely unacceptable, Mr. Cobblepot. This is not the piece my father agreed to loan for this exhibition." The woman's evident distress had drawn attention, creating a ripple of awkward silence that spread through the nearby guests. Cobblepot moved toward her with remarkable speed despite his waddle, his smile fixed in place, but his eyes cold. "My dear Ms. Chambers," he said smoothly, "I assure you there must be some misunderstanding. Every piece has been meticulously documented and handled with the utmost care. This is not a misunderstanding," the woman insisted, her voice trembling slightly but determined. "This is a cheap imitation. My father has owned the original Rodin for 20 years. I would recognize it in my sleep." Batman recognized her now. Eliza Chambers, daughter of industrialist Howard Chambers, whose private art collection was among the finest in Gotham, and apparently one of the few people in the room with enough genuine knowledge to spot a substitution on sight. Cobblepot's demeanor remained pleasant, but Batman noted the subtle signal he gave to his security personnel, who began moving discreetly toward the confrontation. "Perhaps we could discuss this privately, Ms. Chambers," Cobblepot suggested, his voice dropping to a register that wouldn't carry to the other guests. "I'm sure we can resolve any concerns you might have about your father's generous loan." The implied threat was subtle but unmistakable. Eliza Chambers hesitated, suddenly aware that she had created a scene and might now be in a vulnerable position. Batman began moving toward them, calculating the optimal approach to extract Ms. Chambers from the situation without compromising his cover identity. But before he could intervene, Selina Kyle materialized beside the agitated young woman, linking arms with her as if they were old friends. "Eliza, darling, there you are," Selina exclaimed with perfect socialite insincerity. "You simply must come see the Degas I was telling you about. The lighting they've chosen is doing it no favors." The confusion on Eliza's face quickly gave way to understanding as Selina smoothly maneuvered her away from Cobblepot and his approaching security. "Miss Kyle, I didn't realize you were attending. Last-minute invitation," Selina replied airily, guiding her through the crowd with expert navigation. "Now, about that drink you promised me." Batman watched as Selina extracted Eliza from immediate danger, buying valuable time. But the confrontation had accelerated matters. Cobblepot was now on alert, his security more vigilant. If Miss Chambers had recognized one fake, others might as well. The timetable for whatever operation was planned for tonight would likely be moved up. As if confirming this assessment, Cobblepot made a subtle gesture to Vantage, who nodded almost imperceptibly before raising his voice to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, as a special treat for our distinguished guests, we'll now be conducting private viewings of additional pieces not on public display. If you'll please enjoy the refreshments and music, our staff will escort groups of 10 to the secure viewing room throughout the evening." The secure viewing room, almost certainly the vault where the switched items were being held. And now Cobblepot was accelerating the second phase of his plan. Private sales of stolen artwork to pre-arranged buyers, disguised as exclusive previews of additional exhibition pieces. Batman needed to access that vault. but doing so required a different approach than simply being selected for a viewing group. He needed a distraction, something to divert security long enough for him to slip away unnoticed. As if reading his thoughts, a commotion erupted near the main entrance, raised voices, the sound of breaking glass, and then the unmistakable blare of a security alarm. Through his earpiece, Alfred's voice provided immediate context. "Sir, it appears someone has attempted to breach the exhibition space through a service entrance. Security is responding." The perfect diversion, though not one Batman had planned. As staff and security personnel rushed toward the disturbance, he moved smoothly in the opposite direction, using the momentary chaos to approach the partially concealed vault entrance. The security panel beside the heavy door required biometric authentication, fingerprint, and retinal scan. Under normal circumstances, bypassing such measures would require specialized equipment from his utility belt. But tonight, he was relying on preparation rather than gadgetry. From his pocket, Batman removed what appeared to be a simple leather card case. When opened and pressed against the security panel, it deployed a nanoscale infiltration matrix, technology developed for Wayne Enterprises' cybersecurity division, repurposed for more direct applications. The device didn't attempt to crack the security codes. Instead, it tricked the system into believing it had already authenticated a valid user. The panel blinked green, and the reinforced door unlocked with a subtle click. Batman slipped inside, finding himself in a short corridor leading to the actual vault, a room designed to museum security standards, with climate control and specialized lighting. And as he'd suspected, it contained rows of crates and display cases, many bearing shipping labels from various international ports. The switching operation was clearly in progress. Some crates were open, revealing carefully packed artwork, the legitimate pieces being removed from display and replaced with stolen or forged substitutes. Others contained professional packing materials and specialized shipping containers designed for art transport. Moving quickly, Batman began documenting everything with the concealed camera in his glasses, ensuring that each piece would be linked to its corresponding paper trail. The evidence was overwhelming. Fake provenance documents, paired with stolen artifacts, forged customs declarations, falsified insurance certificates. In one corner, a particular crate caught his attention. Larger than the others, bearing shipping labels from multiple ports to obscure its original point of origin. The lid was partially open, revealing contents that made Batman's jaw tighten with controlled anger. Inside were not artworks at all, but archaeological artifacts clearly excavated from a protected site. Ancient pottery, ceremonial items, fragments of a temple frieze. Looted antiquities, the kind that devastated historical sites and erased cultural heritage for private profit. And beneath them, barely visible, the corner of what appeared to be a wooden panel with distinctive Egyptian hieroglyphics, likely a stolen sarcophagus fragment. The scope of Cobblepot's operation was now clear. He wasn't just dealing in stolen art, he was running a full-scale antiquities smuggling operation, using the legitimate exhibition as cover for moving looted artifacts into private collections, away from the scrutiny of international authority. Batman had seen enough. The evidence was comprehensive, and Gordon would have everything needed for arrests and convictions. Now he needed to exit the vault and contact the police before... "Admiring my collection, are we?" came the unmistakable refined rasp of Oswald Cobblepot from the vault entrance. "How enterprising of you to arrange a private viewing." Batman turned slowly, maintaining his cover identity's demeanor despite being caught red-handed. Cobblepot stood in the doorway, flanked by two security men whose hands rested not so subtly on concealed weapons. His umbrella was pointed directly at Batman, the tip revealing the barrel of the hidden gun within. "Mr. Cobblepot." Batman acknowledged calmly. "I was hoping to discuss potential acquisitions for Wayne Enterprises outside the crowd." "How fascinating," Cobblepot replied, his monocle glinting in the vault's lighting. "Especially since I just received word that the real Harrison Kay is currently in London, attending an auction at Sotheby's." His artificial smile widened. "So the question becomes, who are you really? And what is your interest in my little operation?" For a moment neither man moved, a tableau of predator and prey, though which was which remained to be determined. Then Cobblepot sighed theatrically. "No clever response? How disappointing. I do so enjoy the banter before the unpleasantness." He gestured with his umbrella. "Bring him, and ensure he's not carrying any communication devices. Our schedule has been accelerated." As the security men moved forward, Batman calculated his options. Maintaining his cover was no longer viable, but revealing himself as Batman in this confined space without his full array of equipment posed significant risks. Additionally, civilians remained in the main gallery, potentially at risk if Cobblepot felt truly threatened. A strategic retreat was the prudent choice. Allow himself to be moved to a secondary location, create an opportunity for a more advantageous confrontation, and protect the innocents at the gala. A wise decision, not resisting, Cobblepot noted as his men patted down Batman, removing his concealed phone and scanning devices. "Though I admit to some curiosity about your employer. Industrial espionage, perhaps, or law enforcement? Not that it particularly matters at this juncture." They escorted him from the vault, not back toward the main gallery, but deeper into the private areas of the Iceberg Lounge, through service corridors where staff moved efficiently, preparing canapes and champagne refills, with no awareness of the criminal enterprise operating alongside them. Batman memorized every turn, every door, building a mental map of the lounge's layout. Their destination became clear as they descended a spiral staircase hidden behind what appeared to be a storage area. They were heading to the subterranean level, to the restored waterway he had identified in his research. The air grew noticeably cooler and damper as they descended, the refined elegance of the upper levels giving way to more utilitarian design. Yet even here, Cobblepot's aesthetic was evident. The walls bore subtle penguin motifs, the lighting created the impression of being underwater, and sound dampening ensured that the noise of the gala above did not penetrate this private domain. They emerged into a large open space that confirmed Batman's suspicions. A water channel approximately 20 feet wide cut through the center of the room, disappearing into a tunnel that presumably led to Gotham Bay. The channel was equipped with a small mechanical lock system to adjust water levels, and a sleek motorized launch was moored along one side, ready for departure. Along the walls, crates similar to those in the vault were being prepared for transport by workers in nondescript coveralls. The operation was clearly in its final stages, the stolen art and antiquities packaged and ready for distribution to buyers through this hidden waterway, bypassing all conventional security and customs procedures. "Impressive, isn't it?" Cobblepot asked, noting Batman's careful observation of the space. "Prohibition-area engineering, updated with modern technology, a perfect synthesis of Gotham's criminal past and present." He gestured expansively with his umbrella. "My ancestors used these waterways to build their fortune during Gotham's less reputable periods. I'm simply honoring tradition. By stealing art and smuggling looted antiquities," Batman replied, dropping the affected accent of his cover identity, but not yet revealing his true nature. Cobblepot seemed amused by the moral judgment. Such a limited perspective. I prefer to think of myself as a curator of opportunity. These treasures would otherwise languish in private collections or, worse, remain buried beneath centuries of sediment. I liberate them, find them appropriate homes with appreciative owners, and ensure they're preserved for future generations. Destroying archaeological contexts and erasing their cultural significance, Batman countered. Details that concern academics, not collectors. Cobblepot dismissed the objection with a wave of his hand. The market determines value, not provenance. Now, he continued, his tone hardening, while I've enjoyed our little philosophical debate, I find myself facing a scheduling dilemma. My investors are expecting their merchandise to depart within the hour, yet I have an unexpected security breach to address. He studied Batman with cold assessment. The prudent business decision would be to simply eliminate the problem. He raised his umbrella, the concealed gun now pointed directly at Batman's chest. But I've always had a certain appreciation for resourcefulness, so I'll offer you a choice. Tell me who you're working for, or enjoy a prolonged stay in Gotham Harbor as part of its underwater archaeological record. The moment had come to abandon pretense. Batman had gathered the evidence needed, confirmed the extent of Cobblepot's operation, and identified the smuggling route. Maintaining his cover identity no longer served any tactical purpose. Neither option appeals to me, Cobblepot, he replied, his voice dropping to its natural register, the unmistakable tone that had struck fear into Gotham's criminal element for years. Recognition dawned in Cobblepot's eyes, followed by a mixture of anger and grudging respect. The Bat. I should have known. His laugh was harsh, like the call of a seabird. The disguise was quite effective. I wouldn't have expected such social subtlety from you. Batman's stance shifted subtly, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. It's over. Gordon already has enough evidence to shut down your operation and seize everything in this building. It was a calculated bluff. While the evidence had been transmitted to the Bat computer, it hadn't yet been forwarded to the GCPD. But Cobblepot's uncertainty might buy precious seconds. A disappointment, certainly, Cobblepot acknowledged, seeming remarkably unperturbed, but hardly catastrophic. Contingency planning is fundamental to any business enterprise, legitimate or otherwise. He gestured toward the water channel, where workers were now loading crates onto the waiting boat with increased urgency. The most valuable items will be safely away before the commissioner could possibly organize a raid, and insurance will cover my exhibition losses. A temporary setback, nothing more. Batman took careful stock of his surroundings. 2 armed guards flanked him, with Cobblepot still aiming his umbrella gun from a safe distance. 4 workers by the boat, likely also armed. A control panel for the lock system on the far wall. Overhead lighting fixtures that could be used for tactical advantage. Limited cover, but multiple potential improvised weapons among the shipping materials. You seem confident for someone about to lose millions in stolen merchandise and face federal charges, Batman noted, subtly shifting his weight to prepare for movement. Cobblepot's smile tightened. Age brings perspective, Batman. I've rebuilt my empire before. I'll do so again if necessary. His eyes narrowed behind his monocle. Though I admit, I find it personally irritating that you of all people should interrupt tonight's proceedings. We so rarely cross paths these days. I'd almost begun to think you'd written me off as reformed. I never believed that act for a second, Batman replied. You just got better at hiding your operation. Refined, Batman. The word is refined. Cobblepot gestured with his umbrella toward the subterranean channel. No gaudy schemes, no unnecessary violence, no costume theatrics. just elegant, profitable business conducted discreetly beneath society's notice. As they spoke, Batman's acute hearing detected a subtle change in the atmosphere above. The faint but distinctive wail of police sirens approaching the Iceberg Lounge. Someone had alerted the authorities, though whether it was Selina protecting Eliza Chambers or Alfred making the call, he couldn't be certain. Cobblepot's communication device buzzed and his expression darkened as he received information from security upstairs. "It seems our evening has been cut shorter than anticipated. GCPD approaching the main entrance." He sighed with theatrical disappointment. So inconsiderate of them not to respect the exclusive nature of our event. With a quick hand signal, he directed his men. "Accelerate the departure. Essential merchandise only. The secondary collection will need to be sacrificed." One of the guards moved immediately toward the boat, leaving Batman with only one immediate opponent besides Cobblepot himself. The odds were improving, but time was running short. Once that boat departed into Gotham's underground waterways, the most valuable stolen items would disappear into private collections around the world. "You won't make it to international waters," Batman warned. "Harbor Patrol will intercept any vessel leaving this channel." Cobblepot's laugh was genuinely amused. "My dear Batman, you underestimate the complexity of Gotham's original infrastructure. This channel connects to no fewer than 6 separate outlets along the coastline, all carefully concealed and none appearing on modern city plans. By the time your aquatic associates determine which one we've used, we'll be well beyond their reach." The remaining guard had shifted his position, moving slightly behind Batman, a tactical error that created an opportunity. With Cobblepot momentarily distracted by the loading operation, Batman made his move. In one fluid motion, he dropped to the ground, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc that caught the guard at ankle level, toppling him forward. As the man fell, Batman rose in the same continuous movement, using the guard's momentum to propel him directly into Cobblepot's line of fire. The umbrella gun discharged with a compressed air hiss rather than the expected report. A tranquilizer dart, not a bullet, embedding itself in the unfortunate guard rather than Batman. "Sentimental of you, Oswald," Batman noted, closing the distance rapidly. "Non-lethal weapons?" Cobblepot's face contorted with anger as he struggled to reload his specialized umbrella. "Practical, not sentimental. Blood creates evidence and questions questions. Something a so-called detective should appreciate." But Batman was already upon him, knocking the umbrella aside and seizing the front of Cobblepot's expensive jacket. "The only practical choice you have left is surrender." Cobblepot's response was a harsh laugh and a surprisingly agile twist that broke Batman's grip. "I believe you'll find I have other options." With remarkable speed for his rotund frame, Cobblepot produced a second, smaller umbrella from within his jacket and activated a hidden mechanism. The umbrella expanded violently, the ribs extending with enough force to strike Batman in the chest and create momentary separation between them. Batman recovered quickly, but those few seconds had allowed Cobblepot to reach the control panel for the lock system. With a triumphant cackle, he slammed his hand down on what appeared to be an emergency override. Immediately, klaxons began to sound, and red warning lights flashed throughout the underground space. The mechanical lock gates began to open, not in their normal sequential operation, but simultaneously, creating a dangerous rush of water from the higher bay side into the lower channel. Ingenious failsafe, isn't it? Cobblepot called over the alarm and the growing roar of water. Flood the smuggling tunnel, destroy any evidence that can't be transported, and create a rather pressing distraction for anyone trying to interfere with my departure. The water was now surging through the channel with increasing force, the boat straining at its moorings as workers struggled to secure the last crates. The floor was already ankle-deep in seawater, and the rate of flooding was accelerating rapidly. Batman calculated his priorities in an instant. Stopping Cobblepot remained the primary objective, but the flooding presented an immediate threat not just to those in this sub-level, but potentially to the structural integrity of the entire building, including the gale still in progress above. Alfred, he spoke into his concealed comm unit, now that maintaining his cover was no longer necessary. Emergency evacuation protocol for the Iceberg Lounge. Flooding in the substructure. Potential structural compromise. Already coordinating with GCPD, sir, came the immediate response. Commissioner Gordon is on site and beginning evacuation procedures. Shall I send the Batmobile to your location? No time. Cobblepot is attempting to escape by water with the stolen artifacts. Alert Harbor Patrol. Multiple possible exit points from the underground channel system. As they spoke, Batman moved toward the lock control system, analyzing the mechanism for a way to halt the flooding. But Cobblepot had been thorough. The emergency override had physically damaged the control circuits, rendering the normal shutdown procedures inoperable. The water was now knee-deep and rising rapidly, creating a powerful current that made movement increasingly difficult. The workers had abandoned the last of the crates, focusing solely on boarding the boat and preparing for immediate departure. Cobblepot himself was already aboard, his satisfied smirk visible even across the churning water that now separated them. A pity to cut our reunion short, Batman. Perhaps next time we can arrange a more leisurely discussion of our philosophical differences. The boat's engine roared to life, struggling against the chaotic water flow but gradually gaining control. Batman knew he had seconds, not minutes, to prevent their escape. The flooding couldn't be stopped from this control panel, but perhaps it could be redirected. With practiced precision, he extracted one of the few gadgets he'd been able to conceal within his formal attire, a compact electromagnetic pulse generator, designed for disabling electronic security systems. Not powerful enough to affect the entire building, but at close range, it could disrupt specific electrical components. He slammed it against the control panel and activated it, sending a targeted pulse through the circuitry. Sparks erupted from the panel as systems short-circuited. And more importantly, from the secondary control mechanism governing the water pumps that fed the artificial ice features throughout the lounge. The effect was immediate and dramatic. With the pump system compromised, the water that should have been cycling through the decorative ice features was redirected, creating a powerful countercurrent in the channel. The boat, just beginning to move toward the exit tunnel, was suddenly caught in conflicting water flows that spun it sideways, slamming it against the channel wall with a crunch of fiberglass against concrete. "No!" Cobblepot's outraged cry was barely audible over the chaos of rushing water and groaning metal. "You'll destroy everything!" Batman was already moving, using the confusion to his advantage. He seized a coil of mooring rope from a wall mount and, with a practiced throw, sent one end across the channel to wrap around a stanchion near the boat. Then, securing the other end to a structural support column, he used it as an improvised zip line, sliding across the churning water toward the now damaged vessel. The boat was taking on water but still partially functional, its engine growling as Cobblepot's men tried desperately to maneuver it back toward the tunnel entrance. Batman landed on the stern with calculated precision, immediately engaging the nearest henchman with a strike that sent him tumbling overboard into the relatively safer channel water. "It's over, Cobblepot," Batman called over the din, advancing toward the cabin where Oswald had retreated. "Your merchandise is going nowhere except into evidence lockup." From within the cabin, Cobblepot emerged with yet another specialized umbrella, this one braced against his shoulder like a rocket launcher. I believe you'll find my collection remains under private ownership. The umbrella discharged with a whoosh of compressed air, launching a net that expanded in flight, its edges weighted with lead. Batman attempted to dodge, but the confined space of the boat limited his mobility. The net enveloped him, the weights swinging around to entangle his limbs in the reinforced mesh. Cobblepot waddled forward triumphantly, his normally refined demeanor giving way to the cruder mannerisms of his youth in Gotham's rougher districts. Not so impressive without your fancy gadgets and dramatic entrances, are you, Bats? Just a man in a fancy suit, tangled up like a fish in my net. But Batman had been caught in worse traps by more dangerous opponents. Even as Cobblepot gloated, he was systematically testing the net's weaknesses, identifying stress points where the mesh could be separated. "You've lost perspective, Oswald," Batman replied, deliberately using Cobblepot's given name rather than his criminal moniker, a subtle psychological tactic to unbalance him. "Look around you. Your exhibition is compromised, your venue is being evacuated, and your escape route is rapidly becoming impassable. All for what? To add a few more stolen trinkets to your collection?" Cobblepot's face flushed with anger. "Trinkets. These are masterpieces, historical treasures, the rightful property of those with the appreciation and resources to preserve them. They're evidence," Batman corrected, his fingers working methodically at a junction in the net's design. "And you're a common thief, hiding behind expensive tailoring and practiced elocution." The calculated insult had its intended effect. Cobblepot's composure cracked completely, his affected aristocratic accent slipping into the harsh Gotham vernacular of his youth. "You self-righteous, pointy-eared freak. You think you're better than me. I built something, an empire, while you skulk around in shadows playing hero." While Cobblepot ranted, Batman completed his work on the net's weak point, creating an opening just large enough to maneuver. As Cobblepot raised his umbrella for an emphatic gesture, Batman made his move. Lunging through the gap, seizing the umbrella mid-swing, and using Cobblepot's own momentum to throw him off balance, Cobblepot staggered backward, colliding with the boat's control console. The impact dislodged the throttle control, sending the damaged vessel surging forward with a mechanical groan of protest. The sudden acceleration threw both men against the cabin wall as the boat careened toward the tunnel entrance, now partially obstructed by debris from the failing lock system. "You'll kill us both," Cobblepot gasped, genuine fear replacing anger as he saw the approaching collision course. But Batman was already moving, one hand securely gripping Cobblepot's collar while the other reached for the emergency cutoff switch on the engine. The boat's forward motion died just as its bow struck the tunnel entrance, the impact considerably lessened, but still powerful enough to crack the hull further and send a shower of concrete fragments raining down from the damaged structure. Water was now pouring into the boat from multiple breaches, the deck tilting as the vessel began to sink in the channel. Above, the ceiling groaned ominously. The flooding and structural damage were beginning to affect the supports for the levels above. "Time to leave," Batman stated, hauling Cobblepot toward the relative safety of the channel edge, "unless you prefer to go down with your ship." For a moment, it seemed Cobblepot might resist, his expression flickering between rage, calculation, and resignation. Then, with a defeated sigh that seemed to deflate his entire frame, he allowed himself to be pulled from the sinking boat. "I suppose there's a certain dramatic irony to it," he muttered as they waded through chest-deep water toward a maintenance ladder that led upward. The Penguin, undone by flooding in his own nest. Batman didn't respond to the self-pitying observation, focusing instead on ensuring that both of them reached the ladder before the water rose further or additional structural failures occurred. Cobblepot might be a criminal, but allowing him to drown in his collapsing smuggling tunnel served no justice. They had just reached the ladder when Batman's comm unit activated, Alfred's voice calm but urgent. "Sir, Commissioner Gordon reports the upper levels are nearly evacuated, but structural engineers are concerned about progressive collapse if the flooding continues. Your current position is directly beneath the main aquarium feature." The implications were immediately clear. If the central aquarium, thousands of gallons of water suspended above them in a massive glass cylinder, were to break through the weakening floor, the results would be catastrophic. Understood. Extracting now with one in custody. Batman began ascending the ladder, practically dragging Cobblepot up behind him. The portly criminal was struggling with the climb, his bespoke evening wear sodden and hampering his already limited athleticism. "This is most undignified," Cobblepot wheezed as they climbed. "Couldn't we take a moment to negotiate terms?" "The only terms you'll be negotiating are with the district attorney," Batman replied, continuing the steady upward progress. "Federal charges for antiquity smuggling carry significant penalties." They had reached a maintenance access that connected to a service corridor on the main floor when a deep, reverberating crack echoed through the building, the unmistakable sound of structural failure somewhere in the central support system. "Sir," Alfred's voice was now truly urgent, "the aquarium support structures are showing critical stress readings. I strongly suggest immediate evacuation of the building." Batman pushed through the access door, pulling Cobblepot into the service corridor just as another, louder crack resonated through the floor beneath them. The building seemed to shudder, and the distinct sound of breaking glass, massive, thick glass under enormous pressure, confirmed the worst-case scenario. The central aquarium had failed. "Run!" Batman ordered, shoving Cobblepot ahead of him down the corridor that led toward the kitchen and service exits. "Now!" For once, Cobblepot didn't argue or attempt negotiation. Self-preservation overrode all other considerations as both men sprinted toward the exit, the building trembling around them as thousands of gallons of water, exotic fish, and decorative elements cascaded from the ruptured aquarium into the already compromised lower levels. They burst through the kitchen doors, past startled staff who were in the final stages of their own evacuation, and toward the service entrance, where GCPD officers were directing people to safety. Outside, the night air was filled with sirens, flashing lights, and the controlled chaos of an emergency response in progress. Commissioner Gordon was coordinating the police line when he spotted Batman emerging with Cobblepot in tow. His expression registered momentary surprise at Batman's attire, the tuxedo now disheveled and soaked, before professional focus reasserted itself. "Building's been evacuated," Gordon reported crisply. "Everyone accounted for except for you two and a few stragglers being helped out the main entrance. Structural engineers say we're looking at partial collapse of the central section." As if to punctuate his assessment, a deep rumble emanated from within the iceberg lounge, and the decorative ice sculptures adorning the facade trembled, several crashing to the ground in glittering shards. Penguin has been running an antiquities smuggling operation through a restored Prohibition-area waterway beneath the building, Batman explained, transferring custody of a surprisingly subdued Cobblepot to two uniformed officers. "Evidence is being transmitted to your secure server now, including connections to the recent high society thefts across Gotham." Gordon nodded, gesturing for his officers to secure Cobblepot in a nearby police vehicle. "And the flooding?" "Emergency override of the waterlock system. designed as a failsafe to destroy evidence and cover escape. Batman's attention was drawn to the main entrance, where the last of the gala attendees were being escorted to safety, including Eliza Chambers, still accompanied by Selina Kyle, who'd caught his eye with a knowing smile before disappearing into the crowd. Another rumble from the building, louder than before, signaled the progressive failure of internal supports. The central section of the Iceberg Lounge visibly sagged, the magnificent glass dome cracking in multiple places as its foundations shifted. "Might want to expand your perimeter," Batman advised, beginning to move away from the police line. "That central section is going to collapse completely within minutes." Gordon nodded, already speaking into his radio to direct officers to push spectators and emergency vehicles further back. When he looked up again, Batman had vanished, his usual departure made somewhat more conspicuous by the formal attire, but effective nonetheless. From the shadows between emergency vehicles, Batman observed the final moments of the Iceberg Lounge's collapse. The central section gave way with a thunderous roar, the glass dome imploding as the floors below surrendered to gravity and water damage. The elegant facade, so recently unveiled after months of renovation, crumbled inward like a souffle removed too early from the oven. With the structure's failure, water from the breached aquarium and the flooding sublevel gushed through newly created openings, carrying with it debris, exotic fish, and, most significantly, crates of stolen art and antiquities that would now become key evidence in the case against Oswald Cobblepot. In the police vehicle, visible through gaps in the emergency response activity, Cobblepot watched his empire literally crumble before his eyes. Even at this distance, Batman could read the complex emotions on his face: anger, calculation, and beneath it all, the beginning stages of plotting his inevitable return. "Sir," Alfred's voice came through the comm unit. "I have taken the liberty of having the Batmobile delivered to a discreet location 2 blocks east of your position. Given your current attire, I thought a more conventional exit might be preferred." Batman allowed himself a brief smile at Alfred's ever-practical consideration. "On my way. Has the evidence been transmitted to Gordon?" "Completely, sir, along with additional connections to 3 open art theft cases in Metropolis and 1 in Central City that matched the methodology. The Commissioner should have more than enough to ensure Mr. Cobblepot's accommodations remain secure for quite some time." As Batman moved through the shadows toward the waiting Batmobile, he caught a final glimpse of the Iceberg Lounge, or what remained of it. Water continued to pour from the collapsed central section, carrying with it the detritus of Cobblepot's ambitions, shattered ice sculptures, fragments of expensive decor, and most poetically the centerpiece Neptune sculpture now lying broken on the plaza. The sea god himself returned unceremoniously to water. 3 nights later, Batman stood on the rooftop of the GCPD headquarters, the bat signal illuminating the cloud cover above. The familiar weight of his cape and armor was a welcome return after the constraints of formal attire, though Alfred had noted with dry humor that the tuxedo had performed admirably under circumstances for which it was decidedly not designed. Commissioner Gordon approached, a folder tucked under his arm and the inevitable cup of precinct coffee in his hand. "Preliminary reports from the FBI art crime team," he said without preamble, handing over the folder. "They've positively identified 37 stolen artifacts from the wreckage, with more still being catalogued. International agencies are coordinating on repatriation for the archaeological pieces." Batman scanned the document, noting the extensive list of recovered items and their origins. "Cobblepot's operation was larger than I initially estimated." Gordon nodded grimly. 3 years in development, according to what we've pieced together. Started small with targeted private collection thefts, built relationships with international smuggling networks, gradually expanded to museum-quality pieces and archaeological sites. He took a sip of his coffee, grimacing at the taste. He was patient, methodical, almost pulled it off. "We'll try again," Batman noted, returning the folder. "Different approach, different venue, but the same underlying motivation." "Probably," Gordon agreed. "But for now, he's secure at Blackgate, facing multiple federal charges. His lawyers are working overtime, but even they can't make this disappear." He glanced toward the darkened section of Gotham's skyline where the Iceberg Lounge had stood. Insurance investigators are still assessing the damage, but early estimates put it at over 50 million. Complete structural failure. Batman's thoughts drifted briefly to the naive socialite who had inadvertently accelerated the night's events. What about Eliza Chambers, providing key testimony on the substitution of her father's artwork? Turns out she has a master's degree in art history. Actually knew what she was looking at, unlike most of the guests. Gordon almost smiled. Her statement was instrumental in confirming the timeline of the switching operation. And Selina Kyle? Now Gordon did smile, though it carried a hint of resignation. Gave her statement, then conveniently became unreachable. Though I noticed none of the recovery manifests include the Degas sculpture she specifically mentioned to officers at the scene. Probably just overlooked in the chaos. Both men knew it wasn't oversight, but choice. Selina's version of payment for her assistance in protecting Eliza and, indirectly, helping shut down Cobblepot's operation. A small commission taken for services rendered. "The investigation continues," Batman stated rather than asked, letting the matter of Selina's opportunistic acquisition remain unaddressed. "Always does." Gordon finished his coffee with a final grimace. "Though I have to admit this one's more satisfying than most. Cobblepot's been untouchable for years, always 3 steps removed from any criminal activity we could prove. This time he got his hands dirty enough that even his expensive lawyers can't sanitize them." The commissioner's radio crackled with an incoming call, a situation developing across town that required his attention. The routine of Gotham never paused for long, even after significant victories. "Duty calls," Gordon sighed, already moving toward the roof access door. "Though I've been meaning to ask, how exactly did you end up infiltrating that gala in formal wear? Not your usual approach." Batman's expression remained impassive, but there was the faintest hint of dry humor in his response. "I received an invitation." Gordon chuckled as he reached the door. "Right, well, next time you decide to go undercover at a black tie event, maybe give us a heads up. I nearly had 3 officers tackle you before I realized who was dragging Cobblepot out of that building." With a final nod, the commissioner disappeared through the door, leaving Batman alone on the rooftop with the still illuminated signal above. He moved to the edge, looking out over the city. His city, with its endless patterns of light and shadow, its perpetual dance of order and chaos. Cobblepot would return eventually. His kind always did, drawn back to Gotham like moths to flame, compelled by the city's unique blend of opportunity and darkness. And when he did, Batman would be waiting, whether in the shadows of alleyways or the glittering lights of high society galas. For now, though, other matters required attention. Other shadows needed investigation, other threats assessment. The signal above had been activated for a reason, and somewhere in Gotham, someone needed the protection that only the Dark Knight could provide. Batman stepped off the edge of the rooftop, his cape catching the air as he descended into the familiar embrace of the night. Above him the signal was extinguished, its purpose fulfilled. But the work continued, as it always would, a never-ending battle fought in darkness to preserve the light. And in a secure evidence room deep within GCPD headquarters, the recovered artifacts of Cobblepot's ambition waited silently for their eventual return home. Treasures from the depths returned to the surface, their journey through shadow finally complete. In his cell at Blackgate, Oswald Cobblepot stared at the ceiling, mentally redesigning his next venue, his next collection, his next empire. His fingers twitched occasionally, as if adjusting the monocle no longer permitted in prison, or grasping the handle of an umbrella now confiscated as evidence. The penguin might be caged for now, but like all clever birds, he was already dreaming of flight, of a return to the gilded world he had created and lost, where artifacts of power and beauty might once again come to roost under his watchful eye. But that was a story for another night, another confrontation, another chapter in the endless cycle of Gotham's criminal evolution and Batman's vigilant response. For tonight, justice had prevailed, and somewhere in the city, the Dark Knight continued his eternal patrol, guardian of a fragile peace always balanced on the edge of chaos. The snow that had fallen on the night of the gala had long since melted into Gotham's gutters, carrying with it the last visible traces of the Iceberg Lounge's grand opening and catastrophic closure. But in the city's collective memory, in police reports and insurance claims, in whispered conversations at other high society gatherings, the tale of the Penguin's failed art-smuggling empire would live on. Another legend in Gotham's rich tapestry of darkness and light, crime and consequence, ambition and fall. And perhaps, in a penthouse across town, a certain cat burglar admired a small bronze dancer in the privacy of her apartment, a personal souvenir of a night when she had, for once, helped the Bat rather than hindered him, a temporary alignment of interests that had served them both, and would likely be reversed the next time their paths crossed. Such was the nature of Gotham, city of eternal night and endless possibility, where even the most carefully constructed facades eventually revealed the truth beneath, and where justice in the end found its way even through the most elaborate of labyrinths. And at the heart of it all, moving silently from shadow to shadow, the Dark Knight continued his vigil, ready for whatever the city might reveal with the coming dawn. As the last of Cobblepot's henchmen were loaded into GCPD transport vehicles, Batman stood atop the Iceberg Lounge, the familiar weight of exhaustion settling on his shoulders. The Penguin's elaborate scheme, using Gotham's elite as unwitting pawns in his information brokering operation, had been neutralized, but Batman knew the city never rested. He tapped his cowl, opening a communication line to Oracle. "Cobblepot's operation is shut down," he reported, his voice gruff against the night air. "Good work," Barbara's voice came through clearly, "but I'm picking up unusual seismic activity in the old Gotham subway tunnels, multiple reports of tremors near the foundations of Wayne Tower." Batman narrowed his eyes. The pattern was familiar. Calculated, methodical disturbances designed to destabilize structures from below. "Bane," he said, the name itself carrying the weight of broken backs and conquered cities. Thermal imaging shows multiple heat signatures gathering in the abandoned Cyrus Pinckney station, Oracle confirmed. And there's something else. They're moving equipment. Heavy machinery. Batman fired his grappling hook toward the next building. "Alert Nightwing and Robin. I'm heading there now." As he swung through the night air, leaving behind the opulent criminal empire of the Penguin, Batman prepared himself for a different kind of threat. one that relied not on manipulation and blackmail, but on raw strength and tactical brilliance. The war for Gotham's soul continued, shifting from its glittering heights to its forgotten depths, where Bane awaited in darkness. The rain fell across Gotham in relentless sheets, transforming the city's gargoyles into glistening sentinels that wept onto the streets below. 3 consecutive days of downpour had overwhelmed portions of the antiquated drainage system, flooding the lower sections of Old Gotham and forcing emergency evacuations in the Narrows. As city officials struggled to contain the immediate crisis above ground, something far more deliberate was unfolding in the forgotten spaces beneath Gotham's streets. Batman stood on the rooftop of the GCPD headquarters, the rain cascading off his cowl in rivulets as he studied the holographic map projected from his gauntlet. Commissioner Gordon huddled nearby under the marginal protection of a maintenance doorway, his trench coat saturated despite his best efforts. "Third water main rupture this week," Gordon observed, gesturing to the blinking red indicator on the projection. "City engineers are calling it unprecedented structural failure. 3 separate locations, no apparent connection." "There's always a connection," Batman replied, his voice low but carrying clearly through the rain. "The pattern isn't random." He manipulated the holographic display, overlaying the locations of the ruptures with Gotham's subterranean infrastructure: subway tunnels, sewage systems, maintenance passages, and forgotten spaces that had been built over during the city's chaotic development. "Here," Batman identified, highlighting a section of abandoned subway tunnels that intersected near all 3 rupture points. "Old Midtown line, decommissioned in the 80s, never properly sealed during the Transit Authority restructuring." Gordon squinted through rain-misted glasses at the highlighted section. Maintenance access would be minimal, perfect blind spot for someone who doesn't want to be found. He paused, a thought crystallizing. "You think these ruptures are deliberate? Sabotage?" Batman closed the holographic display, his expression unreadable beneath the cowl. "Not just sabotage, misdirection. The flooding draws emergency resources to specific areas while leaving others vulnerable." "Vulnerable to what?" Gordon asked, though his tone suggested he already anticipated the answer. "I'm going to find out." Batman moved to the roof's edge, the rain momentarily intensifying as if to discourage his departure. "Keep emergency response focused on the evacuation zones. And Commissioner," he paused, looking back at Gordon, "coordinate with Tactical to establish a perimeter around the old Transit Authority headquarters. No one goes in until you hear from me." Gordon nodded grimly. "You're expecting trouble." "I'm expecting Bane." The name hung in the rain-filled air between them, heavy with implication. Bane, the tactical genius who had once broken Batman's body and spirit, the warlord who combined raw physical power with strategic brilliance. Without further elaboration, Batman launched himself from the rooftop, his cape billowing into its glider configuration as he descended into the storm-lashed canyon of Gotham's streets. Gordon watched until the dark figure disappeared into the city's shadowed recesses, then turned back toward the roof access door, mentally preparing the difficult calls he would need to make. Something dangerous was unfolding beneath Gotham, and if Batman was right, if Bane was involved, the flooding might soon be the least of the city's concerns. The access point Batman had identified was an unmarked maintenance door in a nondescript alley, its rusted surface suggesting decades of neglect. To the casual observer, it appeared to be nothing more than a forgotten utility entrance, the kind that dotted Gotham's older districts by the hundreds. But subtle indicators, recently disturbed grime around the handle, faint scuff marks on the surrounding concrete, told Batman that this particular door had seen recent use. Oracle, he subvocalized into his comm as he examined the locking mechanism. I'm accessing the old Midtown line through the Riker Street maintenance entrance. Run a thermal scan of the surrounding grid. I need to know what's active down there. Already on it, Barbara Gordon's voice replied through his cowl's audio system. Satellite thermal is showing unusual heat signatures throughout that section of the abandoned tunnels, consistent with human presence, power generators, and something more substantial toward the old Midtown Exchange Station. Whatever's happening down there, it's extensive. Batman worked on the lock, employing specialized tools from his utility belt. The mechanism was old, but had been recently serviced. Another telltale sign of current activity. GCPD status? He asked as the lock finally yielded. Gordon's established the perimeter as you requested, Oracle confirmed. Tactical units are on standby but maintaining distance. He's calling it a potential infrastructure assessment to keep it off the general channels. The door opened with a reluctant groan, revealing a narrow maintenance stairwell descending into darkness. The air that escaped from the opening carried the complex sense of the underground, stagnant water, mold, decaying concrete, and something else, the distinct odor of machine oil and human exertion. Communication may be intermittent once I'm in the deeper sections, Batman warned. If I'm not in contact within 4 hours, I alert the cavalry, Oracle finished. But you'd prefer I didn't have to? Correct. Batman activated his cowl's night vision and began his descent into the darkness. Bane isn't just hiding down here. He's building something. The stairwell extended downward for 3 stories, each step slick with condensation and occasionally uneven from decades of settling. Batman moved silently despite the challenging terrain, all senses alert for signs of surveillance or security measures. Bane was too thorough to leave his operation completely unmonitored, even at its peripheral access points. At the base of the stairs, Batman encountered his first confirmation that he was on the right track. A sophisticated motion sensor discreetly mounted in a shadowed alcove, its detection beam invisible to the naked eye but clear to his cowl's specialized vision modes. Rather than disabling the device, which would immediately alert its installer to interference, Batman carefully noted its configuration and positioned coverage area. Weighted optical sensor with radio transmission, he observed quietly. Military grade, adapted for low light conditions. He withdrew a small device from his belt and activated it near the sensor. The device would capture and loop the sensor's current reading, creating a 5-second blind spot without triggering an alert, enough time to pass through its coverage area undetected. Beyond the sensor, the passageway opened onto what had once been a service tunnel running parallel to the main subway line. Unlike the stairwell, this area showed clear signs of recent activity. Fresh tool marks on the walls where junction boxes had been installed, thin cables running along the ceiling, boot prints in the thin layer of silt on the floor. Batman moved deeper into the tunnel system, encountering and bypassing additional security measures at regular intervals, more motion sensors, pressure plates disguised as loose floor tiles, a rudimentary but effective tripwire connected to a silent alarm. Each was carefully noted and temporarily neutralized as he advanced, building a mental map of Bane's security perimeter. The tunnel gradually widened as it approached what had once been Stockton Station, a minor stop on the old Midtown line that had never justified the expense of proper decommissioning. Here, Batman paused at the junction where the service tunnel met the main platform area, his audio enhancers detecting multiple voices and the distinctive sounds of heavy equipment in operation. Staying within the shadows of the service tunnel, Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision mode and surveyed the station beyond. What he saw confirmed his suspicions while raising new concerns. The abandoned subway platform had been transformed into a combination of barracks and workshop. At least 20 men moved purposefully through the space, some engaged in weapons maintenance, others moving crates of equipment, still others gathered around what appeared to be detailed maps of Gotham's underground infrastructure. All were physically imposing, Bane recruited for strength as well as skill, and all were armed with military-grade weapons. But it was the far end of the platform that commanded Batman's immediate attention. There, an area had been sectioned off with chain-link fencing and converted into what could only be described as a fighting arena. A crude but effective octagonal cage with reinforced corners and a floor cleared of debris. Adjacent to this improvised ring stood several large tanks, connected to a medical station by a series of tubes and monitoring equipment. Venom, Bane's chemical enhancement of choice, the substance that transformed him from merely formidable to nearly unstoppable. As Batman watched, the men on the platform suddenly straightened to attention, their postures shifting from casual efficiency to alert respect. From a doorway leading deeper into the subway system, a massive figure emerged. Bane himself, his powerful physique instantly recognizable, even without the venom pumping through his system. Unlike his men, who were dressed in practical combat gear, Bane wore simple training attire that left his upper body largely exposed, showcasing his naturally impressive musculature. The familiar mask that covered the lower portion of his face gleamed dully in the station's uneven lighting, and his eyes moved methodically across his operation with the calculating assessment of a born commander. "Progress," Bane demanded, his accented voice carrying clearly to Batman's enhanced audio receptors. One of the men, clearly a lieutenant based on how the others deferred to him, approached with a tablet. "On schedule, sir. Teams 3 and 4 have completed preparations at the target junctions. The flooding has drawn emergency resources exactly as you predicted, leaving the primary stations vulnerable." Bane nodded once, taking the tablet and reviewing its contents. "And our guest of honor?" "No confirmed sightings," the lieutenant replied. "But our perimeter sensors registered an anomaly at the Riker Street entrance approximately 20 minutes ago. It was momentary, possibly environmental, but—" "Not environmental," Bane interrupted, his gaze shifting toward the service tunnel where Batman was concealed. "He is already here, watching, assessing." A cold smile appeared in the eyes visible above his mask. "Good. Advance the timetable. Phase 2 begins now." The lieutenant hesitated. "Sir, the men at the northern junctions aren't in position yet. If we move now, the Batman will have already alerted the police to our presence," Bane stated with absolute certainty. "Our timeline has compressed, but this is not unanticipated. Execute the contingency protocol." As the lieutenant hurried to relay these orders, Bane turned fully toward the service tunnel entrance, staring directly at the shadows where Batman was concealed. "I know you are there," he called, his voice echoing through the station. "You are welcome to observe, Dark Knight. After all, I have built all of this for you." The men in the station immediately raised their weapons, all aimed toward the service tunnel entrance. Batman remained perfectly still, calculating options. His presence was known, but not his exact position. The element of surprise was diminished but not eliminated. Bane seemed to read his thoughts. "There is no need for shadows between us. Come, see what I have prepared. Then you can decide whether to face it now or retreat to gather your strength. Either choice serves my purpose." Batman knew this was likely a trap, Bane's invitation, a calculated move in whatever game he was orchestrating. But remaining hidden would yield no additional intelligence, and retreating would only delay the inevitable confrontation while allowing Bane's plan to advance further. Decision made, Batman stepped from the shadows onto the platform. his cape settling around him as he faced Bane across the expanse of the converted station. "Sabotaging water mains to cover your real objective," Batman stated. "What are you really targeting, Bane? Power substations? Communication hubs?" Bane's eyes crinkled in what might have been genuine amusement. So direct, so American in your approach. He handed the tablet back to his lieutenant without breaking eye contact with Batman. "What I target is not infrastructure, but psychology. Gotham's psychology. And yours." He gestured expansively at the operation around them. "This is merely the beginning, the foundation upon which I will build Gotham's transformation. The city above lives in confident delusion, believing its towers can only fall through external force. I will show them how easily they collapse when the ground beneath is compromised." As Bane spoke, Batman noted subtle movements throughout the station, men shifting positions, weapons being readied, communications being exchanged via hand signals. They were preparing for something, positioning for a coordinated action. "Whatever you're planning stops now," Batman stated, his voice carrying the absolute conviction that had broken lesser criminals. "Your operation is already compromised. GCPD has established a perimeter above. You have nowhere to go." "I am exactly where I intend to be," Bane replied calmly. Then, without turning his head, he issued a command. Immediately the station erupted into action. Men moved with practiced efficiency toward exit points, while others established defensive positions. But contrary to Batman's expectation, none launched an immediate attack against him. Instead, they seemed to be executing a predetermined evacuation protocol, organized strategic withdrawal rather than aggressive engagement. Batman tensed, anticipating a trap, but Bane simply stood his ground, making no threatening moves. "You have a choice, Batman," Bane offered, gesturing toward the various tunnels leading from the station. "You can pursue my men as they move to their assigned positions throughout Gotham's underground. Each group carries instructions for a specific act of sabotage. Perhaps you can stop some of them. Or," he indicated the fighting cage at the end of the platform, "you can face me directly, here and now, potentially ending the threat at its source." It was a calculated choice designed to exploit Batman's tactical dilemma, spread his efforts to minimize damage across multiple targets, or concentrate on eliminating the mastermind while accepting peripheral destruction. "There is no correct answer," Bane added, seemingly reading Batman's thoughts. "That is the beauty of the scenario I have created for you. Whichever path you choose, something valuable is lost." Batman's mind worked through the possibilities with practiced efficiency. Pursuing Bane's men would mean engaging multiple targets across Gotham's vast underground network, a scenario that would drain his resources and energy while potentially missing critical operatives. Confronting Bane directly risked falling into whatever specific trap he had prepared in this location, but might provide the opportunity to extract information about the full scope of the plan. Before Batman could verbalize his decision, a new voice crackled through his comm. Commissioner Gordon, his tone urgent. "Batman, we've got multiple reports of armed individuals emerging from maintenance accesses across the financial district and Midtown. GCPD is engaging, but they're well organized and seem to have specific targets. What's your status?" The decision crystallized. Batman would need to trust Gordon and the GCPD to handle the surfacing operatives while he addressed the architect of this assault. "I'm with Bane," Batman replied into his comm. "His forces are executing a coordinated strike against underground infrastructure. Priority targets likely include power distribution nodes and communication hubs. Focus defensive resources there." "Understood," Gordon acknowledged. "Be careful down there. These aren't ordinary thugs, they're moving with military precision. As the communication ended, Batman refocused on Bane, who had been observing the exchange with evident satisfaction. "So you choose me," Bane noted, beginning to move toward the improvised fighting cage. "As I predicted, your psychological need to confront the primary threat directly, to prove yourself against the man who once broke you, overrides the tactical advantage of disrupting my operation at its extremities." "Your operation is already compromised," Batman countered, following Bane's movement while maintaining a calculated distance. "Gordon knows your targets. GCPD tactical units are moving to intercept your men." Bane shrugged his massive shoulders. "Some will be captured, yes, but not all. Not enough to prevent what I have set in motion." He reached the cage and turned to face Batman fully. "And now we come to the true purpose of tonight's exercise." With deliberate movements, Bane opened the cage door and stepped inside, his powerful frame illuminated by the harsh work lights positioned around the makeshift arena. "No elaborate death traps," he stated, gesturing around the simple enclosure. "No hidden advantages. Just you and me, Batman, as it was always meant to be." Batman remained outside the cage, studying both Bane and the surrounding environment for hidden threats. The Venom apparatus stood nearby, but Bane had not yet connected himself to the chemical enhancement system. "You've gone to a lot of effort for a rematch," Batman observed. "All of this, the sabotage, the coordinated strikes, just to face me in a cage fight?" "Not just a fight," Bane corrected. "A demonstration. For too long, Gotham has depended on you as its ultimate defender, its dark knight, standing between chaos and order. When you fall, truly fall, the city's psychological foundation collapses. Its confidence shatters." He spread his arms, an invitation to the inevitable confrontation. "I broke your body once, but you returned. This time, I will break your legend, here, in the darkness beneath their feet. I will defeat you not through trickery or ambush, but through superior strength and will. And when it is done, I will display your broken mask to a city that has lost its protector." Batman recognized the psychological warfare at play, Bane attempting to frame the coming confrontation as an inevitable defeat, inserting doubt and fatalistic thinking before the first blow was struck. It was a tactic Batman himself often employed against criminals, using fear and intimidation to undermine resistance before physical engagement became necessary. "You've made one critical miscalculation," Batman replied, moving finally toward the cage entrance. "You're assuming I came alone." For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Bane's visible features. His eyes darted to the service tunnel, then to the other access points, searching for signs of Batman's alleged reinforcements. In that moment of distraction, Batman struck, not by entering the cage as Bane expected, but by firing his grapnel gun at the chain-link ceiling of the enclosure. The specialized hook pierced the metal and secured, allowing Batman to pull himself upward with explosive force, the cage's top panel tearing free under his momentum. Batman arced over Bane's position and landed behind him, outside the cage, directly beside the Venom apparatus. Before Bane could turn fully, Batman had attached a small explosive device to the primary tank and moved clear of the immediate blast radius. The detonation was controlled but effective, rupturing the Venom reservoir and rendering the enhancement system inoperable in a cloud of escaping gas and fluid. Bane roared in frustration and tore through the cage's door, the metal twisting under his strength, even without chemical augmentation. "First blood to you," Bane acknowledged, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Batman's position. "But you have only delayed the inevitable while ensuring I am appropriately motivated." Batman had anticipated this reaction. Destroying the Venom was a calculated first move, eliminating Bane's potential for chemical enhancement while simultaneously provoking him into potential tactical errors through anger. "I didn't come to fight on your terms," Batman stated, already moving toward the nearest tunnel exit as Bane advanced. "Your men are being intercepted above ground. Your operation is exposed. This ends now." Bane's laugh echoed through the station, a sound devoid of genuine mirth. "You think this is a standard criminal enterprise that collapses when exposed to light? No, Batman. Exposure was always part of the plan. My men are not being intercepted. They are exactly where they need to be, drawing police resources to precisely calculated locations." As if to punctuate this claim, a distant rumble vibrated through the tunnel system, the unmistakable sensation of an underground detonation, followed by the cascading tremors of structural collapse. "The first sequence begins," Bane announced with evident satisfaction. "Northern Transit Tunnel, Junction 7, now permanently sealed, cutting off access to the financial district's underground infrastructure. Your police cannot reach what they cannot access." Batman's cowl display illuminated with an incoming alert from Oracle. "Explosion reported in the old Northern Line," she confirmed urgently. "Batman, they're systematically sealing the underground access routes. GCPD Tactical can't penetrate to the primary targets." Bane spread his arms, the gesture somewhere between invitation and challenge. "You see? While you focus on me, my operation proceeds. While your police chase my men above ground, the real work continues below. Gotham is being reshaped beneath its very foundation." Another rumble, this one closer, sent dust cascading from the station's ceiling. Batman calculated rapidly. Bane was executing a strategy to compartmentalize Gotham's underground, creating isolated sectors that could be controlled individually while preventing coordinated response from above. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized, backing toward the main platform as Bane advanced. "The explosions are following a pattern. They're sealing access points between major underground sectors, cross references with the city infrastructure grid, and identify the probable next targets." "Working on it," Oracle replied, the sound of rapid typing accompanying her voice. "Looks like they're creating isolated zones roughly corresponding to Gotham's major districts. If the pattern holds, the next detonations will target the connectors between Midtown and Old Gotham, then between the Diamond District and the Financial Quarter." Batman processed this information while maintaining his defensive position against Bane's measured advance. The strategy was becoming clear. Divide Gotham's underground into controlled sectors, then target critical infrastructure within each isolated zone. The flooding from the sabotaged water mains would further complicate response efforts, preventing city repair crews from accessing damaged systems. "Gordon needs to evacuate critical buildings in those districts immediately," Batman instructed. "Priority on hospitals, emergency services, and high-occupancy structures. Anything dependent on services routed through the underground conduits." "Relaying now," Oracle confirmed. "But Bruce," she hesitated, rarely using his name during operations. "What about you? Thermal imaging shows you're nearly surrounded. Bane's remaining forces are converging on your position." Batman had already noted the tactical shift. The men who had remained in the station were now moving to block potential exit routes, while Bane himself continued his measured approach, unhurried, confident, a predator certain of his prey. "I'll handle Bane," Batman stated, the simple declaration carrying the weight of absolute commitment. "Focus on coordinating the evacuation." As the communication ended, Bane closed to within striking distance, his massive frame blocking the most direct path to the service tunnel Batman had originally used to enter the station. "You're beginning to understand," Bane observed. "This is not merely about violence or control. It is about systematically dismantling a city's confidence in its infrastructure, its security, its very foundations." He gestured toward the remaining men positioning themselves around the platform. "These men are not here to kill you, Batman. They are here to ensure our contest proceeds uninterrupted." Batman assessed his options. Direct confrontation with Bane would consume valuable time and energy that might be better applied to disrupting the ongoing operation. But attempting to bypass Bane to pursue the broader threat would likely result in immediate engagement anyway, potentially on less favorable terms. "You've gone to considerable lengths to force this confrontation," Batman noted, his posture shifting subtly into a combat-ready stance. "Let's not waste any more time." Bane's eyes crinkled above his mask, a smile of genuine satisfaction. At last, directness. Good. Without further preamble, Bane launched his attack. Not the rage-filled charge of a common brawler, but the measured advance of a trained combatant who understood the economy of movement and energy. His first strikes were probing, testing Batman's defensive reactions, gauging speed and response patterns. Batman evaded rather than directly blocking, recognizing that Bane's natural strength made any prolonged contact disadvantageous. Each exchange was brief, a flurry of attempted strikes met with defensive maneuvers and strategic repositioning. "You've improved since our last encounter," Bane observed during a momentary separation. "More technical precision, less reliance on strength." "I learned from last time," Batman replied simply, using the brief respite to assess the positioning of Bane's men around the platform. They maintained a perimeter, but made no move to directly engage, spectators to the main event, as Bane had indicated. Bane nodded, acknowledging the reference to their history. "Yes, failure as teacher. But have you learned enough?" He resumed his attack with increased intensity, his massive fists displacing air with audible force, as Batman narrowly evaded each potentially devastating impact. Where Batman had the advantage in technical skill and mobility, Bane compensated with raw power and surprising speed for his size. As they fought across the platform, Batman gradually guided their movement toward the sabotaged Venom apparatus, a tactical repositioning that Bane seemed to allow, perhaps believing it demonstrated Batman's concern about potential chemical enhancement. In reality, Batman was positioning for access to the station's control booth, which stood adjacent to the medical equipment. A momentary opening presented itself, when Bane committed to a powerful but slightly overextended strike. Batman exploited the fraction of a second vulnerability, landing a precise combination to Bane's solar plexus and throat, targets selected to temporarily disrupt breathing and balance, rather than attempt significant damage against Bane's conditioned physique. The strategy proved effective enough to create separation. Batman immediately capitalized, firing his grapnel gun at the control booth's overhead framework and propelling himself into the elevated space, before Bane could recover completely. "Running already?" Bane called, his voice raspy from the throat strike but still powerful. "Our contest has barely begun." Batman ignored the taunt, focusing instead on the control systems before him. The booth had been repurposed as a command center for Bane's operation, its outdated transit monitoring equipment supplemented with modern tablets and communication devices. A central display showed a schematic of Gotham's underground, with highlighted sections indicating targeted areas. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized urgently. "I've accessed what appears to be Bane's command center, transmitting visuals now." He activated his cowl's recording function, systematically capturing the information displayed on the screens and physical maps. Below, Bane had recovered and was advancing toward the booth, his men maintaining their perimeter positions but watching with increased alertness. "Impressive operation," Batman called down, deliberately drawing Bane's attention to buy time for the transmission. "But ultimately futile. Your targets are already being evacuated. GCPD and emergency services are implementing countermeasures based on the pattern we've identified." Bane's response was unexpected, not anger or frustration, but a low chuckle that resonated through the station. "You think I would leave my actual operational plans visible for you to discover?" he asked, gesturing toward the displays. "What you see is the secondary protocol, significant enough to concern you, but ultimately a diversion from the primary objective." Batman's analysis shifted instantly, reassessing the information before him with this new context. If these targets were diversions, what was the actual objective? What pattern had he missed? Before he could complete this recalculation, Bane reached the control booth and tore the metal door from its frame with a single powerful motion. The confined space of the booth severely limited Batman's mobility advantage, forcing a direct confrontation in quarters that favored Bane's strength. "No more distance between us," Bane stated, filling the doorway with his massive frame. "No more tactics, just the inevitable confrontation." Batman knew attempting to maintain separation in the booth was futile. Instead, he charged directly at Bane, dropping low at the last moment to deliver a sweeping leg strike aimed at the side of Bane's knee, one of the few potential vulnerability points on the otherwise physically imposing opponent. The impact was solid, forcing Bane to momentarily brace against the doorframe. Batman capitalized on the brief advantage, launching himself through the narrow gap between Bane and the door, twisting in midair to land on the platform below. But Bane recovered more quickly than anticipated, executing a controlled fall from the booth that brought him back into striking range almost immediately. His massive arm lashed out, catching Batman with a glancing blow that nonetheless contained enough force to send him stumbling backward. "Transmission complete," Oracle's voice came through the comm. "Batman, these plans show systematic targeting of Gotham's primary utility distribution nodes. If successful, they could create a city-wide infrastructure collapse. Power, water, communications, all disconnected simultaneously." "Not the actual target," Batman grunted as he regained his balance, narrowly avoiding Bane's follow-up attack. "This is a diversion. Something else is happening." As if triggered by this realization, another underground detonation shook the station, this one closer and more powerful than the previous explosions. Concrete dust and small debris rained from the ceiling, and the lights flickered momentarily. "Status update from the field," Oracle reported urgently. "GCPD is reporting unusual activity at Wayne Tower and the surrounding financial buildings. Multiple security alarms triggered simultaneously, but no visible intrusion. They're describing it as a possible ghost protocol hack of the security systems." The pieces suddenly aligned in Batman's mind. The underground operation wasn't about physical destruction of infrastructure, but about accessing the secured data conduits that ran beneath Gotham's financial district. Many of the city's most sensitive networks maintained physical fiber connections, independent of wireless transmission, specifically to prevent remote intrusion. By controlling the underground access points, Bane could tap directly into these secure channels. "It's a data heist," Batman realized aloud. "The infrastructure attacks are cover for accessing Gotham's financial network." They're going after banking data, market systems, the entire city's economic foundation, Bane finished, clearly pleased that Batman had determined the true nature of his operation. Physical destruction is temporary. Economic collapse is transformative. Another explosion, even closer than the last, sent more substantial debris falling from the station ceiling. The structural integrity of their location was becoming compromised, likely an intentional aspect of Bane's exit strategy. Oracle, Batman instructed rapidly, alert the financial district, complete network isolation protocols. Everything goes offline immediately. Already on it, she confirmed. Gordon is coordinating with security teams at the major institutions. They're initiating emergency disconnects. Bane seemed unconcerned by this development. Too late. The primary data extraction has been running since the first explosion. By now, my team has everything they need to systematically dismantle Gotham's economic infrastructure. Account information, transaction histories, authentication protocols, all will be weaponized against the city's financial stability. The station lights flickered again, then stabilized at a dimmer intensity, backup power engaging as the primary supply was compromised. Around the platform, Bane's remaining men began moving toward exit points, their role as spectators apparently concluded. "Your men are retreating," Batman observed, using the momentary conversation to assess his physical condition. The confrontation had been intense but brief. He had maintained energy reserves by avoiding direct force exchanges where possible. "They know what's coming next." "A strategic withdrawal," Bane corrected. "Their part in this operation is complete. What remains is between you and me, as it should be." Another explosion, this one directly above the station, sent a significant section of ceiling crashing down onto the far end of the platform. Water began pouring through the newly created opening. One of the sabotaged mains had finally given way completely, releasing its contents into the underground space. "You're collapsing your own operation," Batman stated, moving carefully to maintain stable footing as water began flowing across the platform. "This location has served its purpose," Bane replied calmly. "The data has been extracted, the access points have been secured. All that remains is the final demonstration, proof that Gotham's defender can be defeated, driving the psychological stake deeper into the city's collective confidence." The water level was rising rapidly now, already ankle-deep and climbing. The flow created currents across the platform that would soon complicate movement and fighting conditions. Batman noted that the station had only two remaining viable exit routes, the northern tunnel that led deeper into the system and the service passage through which he had originally entered. Bane was positioning himself to block the service passage, the most direct route back to the surface. His intention was clear: force Batman to either retreat deeper into the compromised tunnel system or attempt to overcome Bane directly to reach the exit. "You have a choice, Batman," Bane offered, echoing his earlier ultimatum. "Face me here and now, or pursue my operation as it unfolds across Gotham. The station will be completely flooded within 20 minutes. Choose quickly." Batman assessed the tactical reality. The water was rising steadily, now approaching calf height. Fighting Bane in these deteriorating conditions would become increasingly hazardous, with footing compromised and mobility restricted. But pursuing Bane's operation above ground would mean allowing him to escape, potentially to implement secondary protocols or contingency plans. The decision crystallized with clarity. Batman activated his comm one final time. "Oracle, status on the financial district response?" "Network isolation complete at Wayne Enterprises and Gotham Central Bank," she reported. "Other institutions still implementing disconnects. GCPD has established a perimeter around the financial district and is sweeping for Bane's operatives. Redirect resources to locate and secure any data transmission points from the underground conduits, Batman instructed. They'll be attempting to move the stolen information out of Gotham before we can contain it. Understood, Oracle confirmed. What's your extraction plan? The structural integrity of that entire underground section is compromised. Batman's gaze remained fixed on Bane, who stood impassively, blocking the exit path, water swirling around his massive frame. I'll handle my own extraction, Batman replied simply, focus on containing the data breach. As the communication ended, another section of ceiling collapsed, sending a fresh surge of water and debris cascading onto the platform. The lights flickered again, then failed completely, plunging the station into darkness, relieved only by the emergency lighting along the tunnel exits. Batman's night vision engaged automatically, revealing Bane still maintaining his position by the service tunnel entrance. The water had risen to mid-thigh level, its currents creating unpredictable resistance to movement. "Darkness will not save you," Bane called, his voice carrying clearly over the sound of rushing water. "I was born in darkness, shaped by it." "I'm counting on that," Batman replied, then acted with decisive speed. Rather than attempting to directly confront Bane or retreat deeper into the tunnels, Batman fired his grapnel gun at what remained of the ceiling infrastructure, launching himself upward toward the largest breach where water was pouring through. The tactical calculation was precise. The water main rupture had created an unintended escape route, a connection between the underground station and the street level above. Bane roared in frustration as he realized Batman's strategy, lunging through the deepening water to intercept, but the current slowed his powerful stride just enough. Batman's momentum carried him through the ceiling breach, the water's downward pressure momentarily disorienting as he fought against the flow to reach the damaged pipe infrastructure. "You won't escape me that easily," Bane's voice echoed up through the breach. The massive figure was already scaling the collapsed rubble, using the fragments of ceiling and support columns as improvised handholds. "Running only delays our inevitable conclusion." Batman didn't waste energy responding. He had reached the ruptured water main, a massive pipe nearly 6 feet in diameter that had split along a welded seam. The breach had already been partially contained by automated emergency systems, reducing the initial flood to a more manageable flow. Around the pipe sat the remains of what had once been a street-level service junction, now partially collapsed into the subway station below. His cow's scanning system confirmed what he had suspected. This position was directly beneath Marston Avenue, a major thoroughfare in Old Gotham. The water main breach had likely compromised the street above, which explained the continued structural deterioration. Below, Bane had nearly reached the breach point, his powerful form silhouetted in the emergency lighting as water continued to cascade around him. Batman needed to act quickly, both to escape the immediate confrontation and to position himself to continue addressing the broader threat. Using a specialized cutting tool from his utility belt, Batman enlarged a specific section of the fractured pipe junction, creating an access point to the service tunnel that ran parallel to the water main. These service corridors, designed for maintenance access to Gotham's underground utility network, would provide an alternate route to intercept Bane's operation at a more advantageous position. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized into his comm, "I'm accessing the Marston Avenue utility corridor. Current position approximately 2 blocks east of the old Transit Authority headquarters. What's the situation above ground?" "Controlled chaos," Oracle replied, the sound of rapid typing accompanying her voice. "GCPD has established evacuation perimeters around the compromised areas. 3 more water main breaches have been reported across Midtown and the financial district. But here's what's interesting. We've identified unusual data transmission activity from an access node near Wayne Tower. Massive outbound data packages using abandoned fiber lines. They're moving the stolen financial data, Batman confirmed, slipping through his improvised access point into the utility tunnel as the sounds of Bane's pursuit grew closer. Can you trace the transmission pathway? Working on it, but they're bouncing the signal through multiple routing systems. Very sophisticated. This isn't standard criminal hacking, it's nation-state level network manipulation. Batman moved rapidly through the utility tunnel, which was dry but cramped, designed only for maintenance personnel to access junction points. His cowl's mapping system oriented him toward Wayne Tower. If Bane's operation was extracting data from that vicinity, it represented the most critical target to disrupt. Any sign of Bane's surface team? Batman asked as he navigated a junction where the tunnel branched into multiple pathways. At least 12 confirmed operatives in tactical positions around the financial district, Oracle reported. GCPD has engaged several, but they're unusually disciplined, holding positions rather than fleeing, almost like they're waiting for something. Behind Batman, the distinct sound of metal tearing echoed through the utility tunnel. Bane had found his escape route and was following. Despite his massive frame, Bane moved with surprising efficiency through the confined space, his determination evident in the rhythmic sounds of pursuit. He's coming, Batman noted, increasing his pace. How far to the Wayne Tower access junction? Approximately 400 meters ahead. Take the northeast branch at the next intersection. But Batman, Oracle hesitated momentarily. Heading shows multiple heat signatures at that location. They're waiting for you. Good, Batman replied simply. The tactical situation was clarifying. Bane had divided his forces between the surface operation and the underground data extraction, with a contingent specifically positioned to protect the transmission point. This concentration of resources indicated the true priority of the operation. The utility tunnel widened as Batman approached the critical junction, transitioning from a maintenance passage to a larger infrastructure hub where multiple systems converged. Ahead, the reinforced door of the Wayne Tower utility access stood partially open, harsh white light spilling into the otherwise dimly lit tunnel. Voices echoed from within, tense professional exchanges indicating an operation in progress. Batman paused at the final approach, assessing options. Direct confrontation would alert the team to his presence, potentially triggering countermeasures that might include destroying evidence or accelerating their data transmission. Stealth offered the better approach, at least initially. The sounds of Bane's pursuit had momentarily faded. The massive fighter had either fallen behind in the confined tunnels or had diverted to an alternate route. Either possibility provided a brief window of opportunity. Batman accessed a small access panel in the tunnel's ceiling, a maintenance entry point to the cable routing system that ran above the main passage. These narrow conduits, barely large enough for human traversal, would allow him to bypass the main entrance and approach the utility room from an unexpected angle. The space was claustrophobically tight, designed for cable installation rather than human access, but Batman's training in confined space navigation allowed him to move with controlled efficiency despite the restriction. Through narrow gaps in the conduit housing, he could observe the activity below. The Wayne Tower utility junction had been transformed into an improvised data center. At least 6 of Bane's operatives moved with practiced coordination between equipment stations, monitoring screens displaying rapid code sequences and data transmission metrics. At the center of the operation sat a sophisticated routing system connected directly to the fiber optic backbone that served Gotham's financial institutions. Oracle, visual confirmation on the data extraction hub, Batman subvocalized. They've tapped directly into the secure fiber network beneath Wayne Tower. Transmission appears active. I see it, Oracle confirmed, the connection allowing her to view through Batman's cowl feed. That's military-grade equipment, quantum encryption modules, parallel processing arrays. They're not just stealing data, they're rewriting authentication protocols as they go. Once they finish, they could potentially maintain backdoor access, even after the systems come back online. Batman continued his careful advance through the overhead conduit, positioning himself above what appeared to be the primary control station. 3 operators worked at this junction, their attention focused on the screens displaying transmission status and security protocols. Can you disrupt their transmission remotely? Batman asked Oracle, preparing for intervention. Negative. They're using a physically isolated system, no wireless access points, no external network connections. The only way to stop the transmission is to physically disconnect or disable their equipment. Batman reached a position directly above the primary control station. The plan formed with practiced clarity. Disable the central transmission equipment, secure the extracted data, neutralize Bane's operators. Timing would be critical, especially with Bane himself likely to arrive at any moment. From his utility belt, Batman removed 3 specialized devices, EMP generators calibrated to affect electronic equipment within a highly restricted radius. Properly positioned, they would disable the transmission equipment without permanently damaging the storage devices that contained the stolen data. As he prepared to deploy the first device, a new sound reached him. Heavy, measured footsteps approaching the utility room entrance. Bane had arrived. The operators below tensed as their leader entered, his massive frame filling the doorway. Water still dripped from his clothing, evidence of his passage through the flooded station, but his demeanor remained controlled, focused. Status, Bane demanded, surveying the operation with a commander's assessment. Primary data package extracted and secured, one operator reported. Transmission of secondary financial protocols at 87%. Estimated completion in 6 minutes. Bane nodded, apparently satisfied. Prepare for immediate evacuation upon completion. The diversion teams are already withdrawing to secondary positions. Sir, another operator interjected, we've lost contact with the teams at Junction 7 and the Eastern Access Point. GCPD tactical teams have established a perimeter around the financial district. Anticipated, Bane replied dismissively. The surface teams have served their purpose. Once the transmission is complete, Gotham's financial infrastructure will be compromised regardless of how many of our operatives they apprehend. He moved further into the room, his gaze sweeping methodically across the equipment and up toward the ceiling conduits, a trained fighter's instinctive awareness of his surroundings. Batman remained perfectly still, knowing that even the slightest movement might betray his position. Has there been any sign of the Batman since the station? Bane asked, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. Negative, sir, the lead operator replied. Monitoring systems show no activity in the connecting tunnels. Bane's slight smile was visible even beneath his mask. He is here, he stated with absolute certainty. Watching, calculating, preparing to strike. The operators exchanged uncertain glances, their attention shifting from their work to scan the room's perimeter. Continue the transmission, Bane instructed them. I will handle our uninvited guest. Then, looking directly up toward the ceiling conduit where Batman was concealed, he added, You might as well emerge, Dark Knight. Your opportunity for stealth has passed. The moment for subtle intervention had indeed ended. Batman activated the first EMP device and dropped it directly onto the central transmission array, before pushing through the conduit panel and descending into the room in a controlled fall. The EMP discharged on impact, immediately disabling the nearest equipment in a shower of electrical sparks. Chaos erupted in the confined space. The operators scrambled for weapons while simultaneously attempting to safeguard critical equipment from the unexpected attack. Bane, however, remained unnervingly calm, watching Batman's entrance with the satisfied expression of a prediction fulfilled. "Predictable," Bane commented as Batman landed in a combat-ready stance. "You could not resist the urge to protect Wayne Enterprises' precious data. Your personal connection to the Wayne legacy remains your most exploitable weakness." Batman didn't respond to the taunt, focusing instead on deploying the remaining EMP devices at strategic points around the room. 2 more transmission rays went dark, their status lights flickering out as the carefully calibrated electromagnetic pulses disrupted their operation. The first of Bane's operators reached for his weapon, a compact submachine gun that would be devastating in the confined space. Batman intercepted him with precise efficiency, disarming the man with a strike to the wrist followed by an incapacitating blow to the solar plexus. The remaining operators moved with similar intent, creating a coordinated pattern of attack designed to overwhelm through multiple angles of engagement. Under normal circumstances, these trained fighters would have presented a manageable challenge, but the confined space, combined with the need to disable the transmission equipment without destroying the data storage devices, complicated Batman's tactical approach. Each movement needed to serve multiple purposes, neutralize threats while strategically positioning for the next intervention. Through this melee, Bane himself remained oddly stationary, observing the confrontation with analytical patience. His massive arms remained crossed over his chest, his posture relaxed, despite the chaotic combat unfolding before him. "Oracle, transmission status," Batman subvocalized as he disabled a second operator with a combination of strikes that left the man unconscious but not seriously injured. "Primary arrays are offline," she confirmed, "but they've got redundant systems still active. Data is still flowing through secondary channels." Batman identified the backup transmission equipment, a smaller but equally sophisticated system, positioned at the far side of the room. As he moved to disable it, Bane finally uncrossed his arms and stepped into his path. "Enough observation," Bane stated, his voice cutting through the chaos of the room. "Now we conclude what began in the station." The remaining operators immediately ceased their attacks and withdrew to the perimeter of the room, creating space for the confrontation between their leader and the Dark Knight. This practiced response confirmed what Batman had suspected. The entire scenario had been orchestrated to culminate in this direct confrontation, with the data heist serving as both legitimate operation and elaborate bait. "The transmission is still active," Bane noted, gesturing toward the backup equipment. "In approximately 4 minutes it will complete. Gotham's financial security will be irreparably compromised. You can attempt to stop it, but to do so you must go through me." The tactical dilemma was precisely as Bane had designed it: engage in direct combat with a superior physical opponent, or attempt to bypass him to disable the equipment. Either choice represented significant risk, especially given the confined space and the presence of multiple additional combatants. Batman made his decision with characteristic immediacy. Rather than attempting to circumvent Bane or engage him directly, he fired his grapnel gun at the ceiling above the backup transmission equipment. The specialized hook embedded in the concrete, and Batman activated the line retraction while simultaneously throwing his last EMP device toward the equipment. Bane, anticipating Batman's movement toward the equipment, lunged to intercept, but his focus was on Batman himself rather than the projectile. The EMP device landed among the backup transmission rays and activated, its electromagnetic pulse immediately disabling the remaining active systems. "No," one of the operators shouted, rushing toward the equipment. "Transmission interrupted at 92%. Data integrity compromised." Bane's expression darkened, but he showed no other outward sign of anger at this development. "A temporary setback," he stated. "The primary data package was already secured. The secondary protocols were merely supplemental." Batman detached from the ceiling grapnel and landed in a defensive posture, now positioned between Bane and the main exit. "Your operation has failed," he stated flatly. "GCPD has your surface teams contained. Your underground infrastructure is compromised. The transmission is interrupted." "It's over, Bane." "Over?" Bane repeated, a dangerous amusement evident in his tone. This was never about success or failure of a single operation. This was about proving a point. He gestured around the room. "I brought you exactly where I wanted you, forced you to expend resources and energy according to my design." And now his posture shifted subtly into a combat stance. "I will demonstrate to my men what happens to the legendary Batman when he faces superior strength and will in confined quarters, with no advantages, no tricks, no escape." The remaining operators formed a loose circle around the perimeter of the room, their weapons lowered but ready, effectively containing the coming confrontation within the limited space of the utility junction. The message was clear. This would be resolved through direct combat, with no interference and no retreat. Batman assessed his physical condition with clinical detachment. The extended navigation through Gotham's underground and the preceding combat had consumed energy reserves, though he had managed his exertion carefully throughout. Bane, despite his pursuit through flooded tunnels and confined passages, showed no signs of fatigue, his conditioning specifically designed for extended high-intensity situations. "You've choreographed an elaborate scenario," Batman acknowledged, "but with a fundamental miscalculation. This isn't about you proving something to your men. It's about your need to validate yourself against me." The observation struck its intended target. A flicker of genuine anger crossed Bane's features, momentarily disrupting his calculated demeanor. "You understand nothing," Bane replied, advancing slowly. "This is about Gotham understanding its fundamental vulnerability, its dependence on a single man who can be broken." Batman maintained his position, allowing Bane to close the distance while conserving his own energy. "You tried that approach before. It didn't work out as you planned." "A lesson I learned well," Bane acknowledged. "Last time, I broke your body but left your symbol intact. This time, I break both." With that declaration, Bane launched his attack not with the unrestrained fury of a common fighter, but with the precision and calculated force of a martial artist who understood the economy of combat. Each strike was measured, each movement designed to test Batman's defenses while conserving his own considerable energy resources. Batman responded in kind, emphasizing defensive redirection rather than direct blocking. Against an opponent of Bane's physical power, absorbing impacts directly would rapidly deplete stamina and risk injury. Instead, Batman utilized angular deflections, converting Bane's momentum into missed opportunities while searching for exploitable vulnerability. The confined space of the utility room complicated these defensive tactics. Where an open environment would allow greater mobility and evasion, the restricted area meant that each exchange ended with both combatants still within striking range of each other. The combat became a continuous flow of attack and counter, with minimal recovery time between engagements. "You're fighting defensively," Bane observed during a momentary separation, "conserving energy, hoping for an opening that won't come. His breathing remained controlled, his massive chest rising and falling with metronome-like regularity. A logical approach, but ultimately futile. In a battle of attrition, my physical superiority guarantees victory. Batman didn't waste energy on verbal response. Bane's analysis wasn't wrong in purely physical terms. A prolonged confrontation favored the larger, stronger combatant. But Batman's strategy wasn't based on outlasting Bane through conventional endurance. It was about creating a specific opportunity through pattern recognition and psychological leverage. As they re-engaged, Batman began introducing subtle variations to his defensive pattern, small adjustments that would appear to Bane's analytical mind as evidence of growing fatigue. A slightly delayed reaction here, a marginally less efficient redirection there, breadcrumbs of apparent vulnerability being strategically revealed. Bane, despite his tactical intelligence, remained susceptible to confirmation bias. His belief in his physical superiority predisposed him to interpret these signals as validation of his combat approach. Gradually, predictably, his attacks began to commit more fully, investing greater energy in strikes aimed at exploiting Batman's apparent weakening. "You feel it now," Bane commented as one of his strikes landed partially despite Batman's attempted evasion. The inevitability, the recognition that this time there will be no escape, no miraculous recovery. Around them, Bane's operators watched with the intensity of men witnessing history, the potential fall of a legend, the culmination of their leader's obsessive pursuit. Their attention was entirely focused on the combat. Their earlier concerns about the interrupted data transmission temporarily forgotten. This collective focus created exactly the condition Batman had been methodically establishing. With controlled timing, he activated his cowl's specialized sensory suite, specifically the high-intensity strobe function designed for disorientation and momentary sensory overload. The utility room's confined space amplified the effect, the brilliant pulses reflecting off equipment surfaces and concrete walls to create a disorienting cascade of light. Bane's operators, unprepared for the sudden sensory assault, instinctively raised hands to shield their eyes, their disciplined containment formation momentarily compromised. Bane himself, with trained resilience, recovered more quickly than his men, but even his momentary disorientation provided the opening Batman had been carefully cultivating. Rather than following the expected pattern of using the distraction to escape or gain tactical repositioning, Batman launched a direct offensive sequence. Precisely targeted strikes to Bane's previously identified vulnerability points. The first impact landed at the junction of Bane's trapezius and neck, a nerve cluster that, when compressed with sufficient precision, creates a cascading disruption through the surrounding musculature. The second strike targeted the solar plexus, not with the conventional approach of driving inward, but with an upward angle designed to momentarily disrupt diaphragm function. The combination achieved its intended effect. Bane's massive frame faltered momentarily, his breathing pattern interrupted, his usual fluid movement briefly disjointed. It wasn't incapacitation. Nothing so dramatic was possible against an opponent of Bane's caliber without lethal force, but it created a critical 3-second window of advantage. Batman capitalized immediately, not by continuing the direct assault, but by retrieving and deploying his final specialized device, a compressed gas dispersal unit containing a carefully formulated sedative compound. The device activated directly in Bane's face, releasing its contents in a concentrated cloud that was immediately drawn into his mask's filtration system. Bane recognized the tactic instantly, his eyes widening with both surprise and grudging respect. "Clever," he managed before the fast-acting compound began taking effect. "Using my own mask against me? The sedative was specifically designed for high metabolism individuals with enhanced physical capabilities, strong enough to affect even Bane's conditioned physiology, but calibrated to induce temporary immobilization rather than unconsciousness. Bane remained aware but increasingly unable to coordinate his muscular responses, his massive frame gradually succumbing to the chemical intervention. As Bane fought against the compound's effects, Batman turned his attention to the remaining operators, who had begun to recover from the sensory disorientation. Their training reasserted itself quickly, weapons raising to engage the immediate threat now that their leader was compromised. But Batman had anticipated this response phase as well. During the preceding combat with Bane, he had strategically positioned himself near the room's main power distribution panel. A precisely thrown batarang now struck the emergency cutoff switch, plunging the utility room into complete darkness, save for the dim emergency lighting near the exit. In this environment, Batman's superior night vision technology and extensive training in combat under minimal visibility conditions created an overwhelming advantage. The operators, despite their professional training, found themselves disoriented and vulnerable, unable to effectively coordinate their response or even confidently identify target positions. The resultant engagement was brief and efficiently one-sided. Batman moved through the darkened space with practiced precision, neutralizing each operator with targeted strikes designed to incapacitate without causing permanent injury. Their training provided some resilience, but without visibility or leadership, their resistance collapsed within minutes. As the final operator was subdued, Batman returned his attention to Bane, who remained partially mobile despite the sedative's effects. Through sheer willpower, Bane had maintained consciousness and some limited motor function, though his usual fluid strength was now reduced to labored, uncoordinated movements. "This changes nothing," Bane managed, his voice slurred but still carrying its characteristic intensity. "The primary data already transmitted, the message delivered." Batman secured Bane's hands with reinforced restraints specifically designed for enhanced strength individuals. "What message, Bane?" "That you failed again." Despite his compromised state, Bane's laugh carried genuine amusement. "That Gotham's security is illusion, its foundations vulnerable. Today finance, tomorrow something else." His eyes, still sharp despite the sedative, fixed on Batman's. "I forced you underground, made you fight on my terms, proved you can be manipulated, predicted, controlled, and yet," Batman observed as he completed securing the restraints. "Here we are." Batman activated his comm system. "Oracle, situation contained. Bane and his operational team secured. Status on the data transmission?" "Partial success on our end," Oracle replied, sounding both relieved and concerned. The interruption prevented complete transmission of the authentication protocols, but they did manage to extract significant financial data before you disabled their equipment. Cybersecurity teams are already implementing containment protocols, changing access credentials, and securing vulnerable systems. And the surface teams? GCPD has apprehended 14 operatives across the financial district, she confirmed. Gordon reports they surrendered with minimal resistance once they received some kind of signal, presumably notification that the primary data package had been transmitted. Batman surveyed the utility room, now secured with Bane and his operators incapacitated and restrained. The sophisticated transmission equipment, though disabled by the EMP devices, would provide valuable intelligence about both the operation's methodology and its ultimate objectives. The data storage devices appeared intact, their contents potentially recoverable for analysis and evidence. Coordinate with GCPD to secure this location, Batman instructed. Full forensic team, cybersecurity specialists. The equipment here needs to be thoroughly analyzed. Already en route, Oracle confirmed. Gordon's bringing his best people. ETA 12 minutes. Bane, despite his restraints and the sedative's effects, maintained his unnerving focus on Batman. "You think this ends with my capture?" he observed, his speech gradually becoming clearer as his metabolism processed the compound. But this was merely phase 1, a demonstration of concept. Batman regarded his subdued opponent with careful assessment. Bane's operations were never simple, never without layers of contingency and strategic depth. The possibility of a broader plan, of which this elaborate scenario was merely a component, couldn't be dismissed. "What concept?" Batman asked directly, knowing that Bane's pride in his strategic thinking might reveal valuable information. "That Gotham's true vulnerability is structural, not situational," Bane replied, a teacher explaining an important principle to a student. "It's underground, its foundation largely undefended, its critical systems exposed to anyone with enough determination to reach them." Batman considered this statement carefully. On its surface, it appeared to be a simple observation about infrastructure security, but from Bane, such a comment likely contained deeper implications, perhaps indicating future targets or methodologies. "We'll address those vulnerabilities," Batman stated, starting with a complete security assessment of Gotham's underground infrastructure. Bane's smile was visible even beneath his mask. "You misunderstand. I didn't reveal this weakness so you could correct it. I demonstrated it so others would recognize and exploit it." His eyes held a disturbing certainty. "Word will spread. Methodologies will be shared. My approach will be replicated and refined. I have created a new paradigm of attack against urban centers." The implication was clear and troubling. Bane saw himself not just as an individual threat to Gotham, but as an innovator whose methodologies would be adopted by others, a creator of strategic templates that would persist beyond his own direct actions. Before Batman could pursue this concerning thread further, his comm activated again, Gordon's voice coming through with urgent clarity. "Batman, we're securing the perimeter around your location now," the commissioner reported. "But we've got a situation developing at the old Transit Authority headquarters. Some kind of Deadman protocol activated when we took Bane's surface teams into custody. The building's internal systems are showing concerning power fluctuations and structural anomalies." Batman's attention sharpened immediately. The old Transit Authority headquarters sat at a critical junction in Gotham's underground network, a nexus point for multiple infrastructure systems, including power distribution, water management, and communications routing. "Specify the nature of the anomalies," Batman requested, already moving toward the utility room exit. "Engineers are reporting unauthorized access to the building's primary support systems," Gordon elaborated, the sound of coordinated activity audible in the background of his transmission. "Elevator mechanics overridden, pressure systems showing irregular patterns, power grid connections exhibiting surge characteristics. Technical team is describing it as a systematic destabilization protocol. The building is essentially being prepared for controlled collapse." Batman looked back at Bane, whose eyes now held unmistakable satisfaction despite his restrained condition. "Phase 2, Bane confirmed. "Contingency activation, precisely as designed." The tactical situation clarified with concerning rapidity. The financial data theft had been significant, but perhaps secondary to this follow-up attack. The Transit Authority headquarters, if deliberately collapsed, could create cascading failures throughout multiple critical infrastructure systems, potentially affecting services across entire districts of Gotham. Oracle, I need structural schematics of the Transit Authority headquarters, focusing on primary support systems and infrastructure connection points, Batman instructed as he moved rapidly through the exit and into the tunnel beyond. Sending to your cowl display now, Oracle responded immediately. Based on initial analysis, if they're targeting the primary support columns, we're looking at potential catastrophic collapse within approximately 30 minutes. Gordon, full evacuation of the Transit Authority building and surrounding structures, Batman directed. Minimum safe radius of 3 blocks, and have your technical team isolate the building's systems from the main grid. Emergency disconnects at all junction points. Already implementing, Gordon confirmed. But Batman, our engineers can't access the internal control systems. They've been locked out, encryption we can't break in the available time frame. Batman increased his pace through the tunnel, heading toward the nearest access point that would allow him to reach the surface and proceed to the threatened location. The journey through Gotham's underground had been physically demanding, but the training disciplines that had forged his extraordinary conditioning now demonstrated their value. His energy reserves, while not at peak, remained sufficient for the coming challenge. I'm en route, Batman confirmed. ETA 12 minutes. Oracle, alert Nightwing and Robin. We need additional coverage on the peripheral infrastructure nodes in case this is part of a distributed attack pattern. As Batman emerged from the underground passage into the rain-slicked streets of Gotham, the city's skyline spread before him, lights glimmering against the night sky. In the distance, the distinctive Art Deco silhouette of the old Transit Authority headquarters stood as a reminder of Gotham's architectural heritage, and now as a potential focal point for infrastructural devastation. Bane's strategy was becoming increasingly clear. The underground operation, while significant in its own right, had served multiple purposes beyond the immediate data theft. Demonstration of infrastructural vulnerability, division of defensive resources, and preparation for this secondary attack targeting critical city systems. Even in defeat and capture, Bane had ensured that his impact on Gotham would continue, his methodologies validated through their ongoing effectiveness. As the Batmobile responded to his remote signal, appearing from a concealed alley with precisely timed arrival, Batman allowed himself a moment of grudging acknowledgement for his adversary's strategic depth. Understanding an opponent's methodology was the first step toward effective countermeasures, and Bane had indeed created an approach that would require systematic response, beyond merely neutralizing the immediate threat. The vehicle's canopy opened as Batman approached, the familiar controls offering momentary reassurance amid the evolving crisis. As he took his position and the high-performance machine surged toward the endangered building, Batman's focus narrowed to the immediate tactical requirements. Reach the location, identify the destabilization mechanisms, neutralize the threat, minimize collateral damage. Gotham's streets blurred past as the Batmobile navigated with precision through the late-night traffic, its advanced systems calculating optimal pathways while continuously updating tactical information via connection with the Bat computer's central processing. Oracle, Batman communicated as he drove. Do we have confirmation on the destabilization methodology? Explosives, structural weakening, or system overrides? Engineering team is reporting primarily digital intrusion with physical outcomes, Oracle replied, her voice steady despite the evident tension. They've compromised the building's smart systems. Elevator counterweights repositioned to create structural imbalance. HVAC pressurization altered to stress wall integrity. Power routing modified to create localized heating in critical support junctions. It's a sophisticated approach, using the building's own systems to undermine its structural integrity. Centralized control point. Likely the building's main server room, lower level 2. That would provide direct access to all integrated systems. Batman processed this information against the structural schematics displayed on the Batmobile's tactical screen. The approach was indeed sophisticated. Rather than simple demolition through explosives, Bane's team had implemented a methodology that weaponized the building's own automated systems against its structural integrity. Countering such an attack would require both technical intervention to regain control of the compromised systems and potential physical reinforcement of critical structural points if digital restoration proved insufficient. As the Batmobile approached the Transit Authority headquarters, Batman could see that the GCPD evacuation was well underway. Roadblocks established at the recommended perimeter. Emergency personnel directing civilians away from the potential danger zone. Tactical units establishing controlled access points. Gordon stood at the primary command position, coordinating the response effort with characteristic efficiency. As Batman brought the Batmobile to a precision stop and emerged from the vehicle, the Commissioner approached, his expression grim beneath the rain-dampened brim of his hat. "Technical teams inside on lower level 1, Gordon reported without preamble, falling into step beside Batman as they moved toward the building's entrance. "They've confirmed system compromise but can't access the primary controls. Building integrity is showing accelerating degradation, visible stress fractures appearing in the east wing support columns. Engineers estimate we have less than 20 minutes before critical failure begins." Batman analyzed the building's facade as they approached, noting the subtle signs of structural stress that were already becoming visible, hairline cracks appearing in decorative stonework, slight misalignment in window frames indicating shifting foundations. "Have they identified the source system being used to control the destabilization?" Batman asked as they entered the building's grand lobby, now eerily empty following the evacuation. "We believe it's operating from the main server room on lower level 2, Gordon confirmed. "But the security doors have been overridden, titanium shutters deployed, no physical access possible through conventional means." The lobby showed further evidence of the building's precarious condition, fine plaster dust drifting down from ceiling cracks, the floor exhibiting a barely perceptible but concerning tilt toward the eastern section. "I'll access through the maintenance shaft system," Batman decided, already moving toward a service door partially concealed behind an architectural column. The original construction included ventilation passages that bypassed the modern security systems. Gordon nodded, familiar with Batman's encyclopedic knowledge of Gotham's architectural details. "We'll continue evacuation and establish external support structures where possible. If you can't stop the internal systems, we need to at least control how this building comes down." Batman paused momentarily. "If I'm not out in 15 minutes, implement full isolation protocols. Cut every connection between this building and Gotham's primary infrastructure grid. Physical disconnection, not just electrical shutdown. That's severe." "Bane's strategy isn't just about bringing down one building," Batman explained grimly. "It's about cascading infrastructure failure. If this collapse can't be prevented, we need to ensure it remains contained." With that final instruction, Batman moved through the service door and into the building's internal maintenance passages. The architectural plans displayed on his cowl's heads-up system guided him through the complex network of access corridors, ventilation shafts, and utility spaces that formed the hidden skeleton of the Transit Authority headquarters. As he navigated downward toward lower level 2, Batman could feel subtle vibrations through the structure, evidence of the ongoing stress being placed on critical support systems. The methodical destabilization was proceeding exactly as Bane had designed. The building's own sophisticated systems turned against its structural integrity. "Ayahugur," Batman sub-vocalized into his comm. "I'm approaching the server room level. Status update on building integrity. Accelerating deterioration," Oracle reported, tension evident in her normally controlled tone. East wing showing critical stress indicators in primary support columns. Elevator shaft 3 exhibiting signs of imminent shaft wall failure. HVAC system pushing emergency pressure levels in lower sections. "Batman, this is..." Compromised every automated system simultaneously. Expected timeline? Structural engineering team has revised estimates. Critical failure cascade likely in 15 minutes. Possibly sooner if secondary systems continue degradation at current rates. Batman reached a junction in the maintenance passages, consulting the architectural overlay to confirm his position relative to the server room. He was now directly above the facility, separated by approximately 18 inches of reinforced flooring that contained power conduits, data lines, and security sensors. Using specialized equipment from his utility belt, Batman began a careful bypass of the floor section, first neutralizing the security sensors that would trigger additional lockdown protocols if breached, then creating a precisely calibrated opening in the flooring material itself. The process was delicate and time-consuming, but significantly faster than attempting to breach the security doors that had been sealed through the building's compromised systems. As Batman worked, Oracle continued providing status updates, each report confirming the increasingly unstable condition of the building. The destabilization was methodical and technically brilliant, a systematic exploitation of interconnected systems that accelerated their combined effect beyond what individual failures could achieve. Finally, the access point was prepared. Batman lowered himself silently through the created opening, dropping into the server room with practiced precision. The space was massive, a climate-controlled environment filled with server racks, cooling systems, and monitoring stations that collectively managed the building's complex operational infrastructure. At the room's center stood the primary control interface, a sophisticated workstation surrounded by multiple display panels, each showing different aspects of the building's rapidly deteriorating condition. And seated at this interface, fingers moving with practiced efficiency across multiple keyboards, was a figure Batman recognized immediately: Kieron Reed, one of Gotham's most notorious systems infiltration specialists, and a known associate of previous Bane operations. Reed was so engrossed in his work that he didn't immediately notice Batman's arrival, a testament to both his focus and Batman's stealth capabilities. The technician continued implementing what appeared to be final stage destabilization protocols, adjusting system parameters to accelerate structural failure across multiple points simultaneously. "It's over, Reed," Batman stated, his voice cutting through the ambient hum of the server equipment. "Step away from the interface." Reed startled visibly, spinning in his chair to face the unexpected presence. Unlike Bane's combat specialists, Reed was not physically imposing, a slight, pale man whose strength lay in his technical brilliance rather than fighting capacity. His eyes widened with genuine fear behind thick glasses as he recognized the dark figure now standing between him and the room's only conventional exit. "You're too late," Reed managed, his voice higher than normal with evident stress. "The protocols are already implemented, final sequences activated. This building is coming down no matter what you do now." Batman advanced steadily toward the control interface. "Then you're going to help me contain the damage, minimize the cascade effect, isolate critical systems." Reed laughed nervously, backing away from the workstation. "That's not how Bane designed this. The systems are locked. I couldn't stop it now even if I wanted to." "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized while maintaining visual focus on Reed. I've located the control point. System specialist on site indicates final sequences are already active. Remote access options, working on it, Oracle replied, the sound of rapid typing accompanying her voice. I'm attempting to interface with the building's primary control architecture, but they've implemented sophisticated isolation protocols. Standard override approaches are being rejected. Batman reached the workstation and quickly assessed the displayed information. The situation was as dire as reported. Multiple systems showing critical stress indicators. Structural integrity compromised at key junctures. Automated responses either disabled or reprogrammed to exacerbate rather than mitigate the building's deterioration. The sequence is designed to be irreversible, Reed volunteered, perhaps hoping cooperation might mitigate his eventual punishment. Bane called it architectural inevitability. Once initiated, the building becomes its own destroyer, each system's failure accelerating the collapse of others. Batman began working at the interface, his fingers moving with practiced precision across the controls. Years of experience with complex systems, combined with the specialized training he had undertaken in anticipation of precisely this kind of cyber-physical threat, allowed him to quickly assess the architecture of the attack. He's right about the main sequences, Batman confirmed to Oracle. They're locked in a self-reinforcing cycle, each system's compromise accelerating the others. Standard interruption protocols won't work. Then we need a non-standard approach, Oracle responded. What about power isolation? If we cut all external power to the building systems? Already tried that, Reed interjected, having moved close enough to overhear the communication. The critical systems are running on internal backups with redundant power routing. Cut one source, the others compensate automatically. Batman acknowledged this information with a grim nod. We can't stop the collapse completely, but we might be able to control it. Direct the failure sequence to minimize structural impact on surrounding systems. He turned his full attention to Reed. You implemented these protocols. You understand their architecture better than anyone except Bane himself. Help me redirect the failure patterns to minimize cascading damage to Gotham's infrastructure network. Reed hesitated, visibly calculating his options. Bane will kill me if I help you. He doesn't tolerate failure or betrayal. Maine is in custody, Batman countered. And right now, your cooperation is the only thing standing between you and multiple counts of infrastructure terrorism and potential manslaughter charges. The buildings shuddered around them, a more substantial tremor than the previous vibrations, indicating accelerating structural compromise. Fine concrete dust drifted down from ceiling fixtures, and several monitoring screens flickered momentarily as power fluctuations rippled through the electrical systems. Reed's resistance crumbled in the face of this physical evidence of impending destruction. There's a secondary control architecture, he admitted rapidly, not to stop the collapse, but to adjust its progression parameters. Bane insisted on maintaining precise control over the failure sequence. He moved to the workstation, Batman stepping slightly aside but maintaining vigilant proximity. Reed's fingers flew across the keyboard, accessing hidden system interfaces that hadn't been visible on the standard displays. We can't prevent the critical support failures in the East Wing, Reed explained as he worked, professional focus temporarily overriding his fear. Those are already past the point of no return. But we can adjust the pressure differentials in the lower levels, redistribute the structural load to channel the collapse inward rather than outward. Batman observed Reed's work carefully. verifying that the technician was indeed implementing the changes he described, rather than attempting some secondary sabotage. The modified parameters began taking effect on the monitoring displays, pressure readings in certain sections decreasing, structural load indicators shifting toward more sustainable distributions. Oracle, Batman communicated, "We're implementing controlled failure protocols. The building will still collapse, but we're redirecting the structural failure patterns to minimize external impact. Alert Gordon to adjust evacuation and containment perimeters accordingly." "Understood," Oracle acknowledged. "Engineering team confirms they're seeing changes in the degradation pattern. East wing still showing critical failure progression, but the projected collapse trajectory is shifting to a more vertical pattern rather than lateral spread." Reed continued working, his initial reluctance now replaced with focused professionalism. Whether motivated by self-preservation or genuine concern for minimizing harm, he applied his technical expertise to redirecting the failure sequences with impressive efficiency. "There's one more thing," Reed said after several minutes of concentrated work. "The infrastructure connection points, power, water, data. They're scheduled for catastrophic failure when the building reaches critical collapse. It's designed to create maximum disruption to city services." Batman immediately grasped the implications. "Show me the control parameters." Reed navigated to a different system interface, revealing a complex set of triggers linked to the building's structural integrity sensors. When these primary sensors register complete failure, the connection points are programmed to fail in ways that will cascade damage back through the grid. Power connections overloading rather than disconnecting cleanly, water mains rupturing rather than sealing, data nodes corrupting rather than isolating. "Can you disable these triggers?" Reeves shook his head. "They're hardwired into the physical sensors now, but..." He manipulated the interface again, bringing up a schematic of the building's infrastructure connection points. "We can initiate manual disconnection protocols before the sensors trigger. Clean separation instead of catastrophic failure." Batman quickly assessed the schematic. "The disconnection controls are in the infrastructure junction room, west wing, lower level 1. "Yes, but that section is already showing significant structural compromise," Reed warned. "The manual controls would need to be activated on site, and the timing would be critical. Too early, and the backup systems might attempt reconnection. Too late, and the catastrophic failure sequences would already be initiated." Another stronger tremor shook the room, causing several server racks to sway ominously. Warning alerts flashed across multiple monitoring screens, indicating accelerating failure in the East Wing support structures. "Oracle, timeframe update," Batman requested, urgently. "Engineering team estimates East Wing critical failure in approximately 7 minutes, she reported. Complete structural collapse sequence initiating within 3 minutes after that. Batman made his decision instantly. "Reed, continue optimizing the collapse parameters from here. I'm going to manually disconnect the infrastructure junction points." Reed looked genuinely alarmed. "That section of the building is becoming structurally unsound. The ceiling collapsed in the main corridor leading to the junction room less than 5 minutes ago." "I know alternative routes," Batman assured him, already moving toward the server room exit. "Oracle will maintain remote connection to this workstation. Continue implementing the controlled failure protocols exactly as you've been doing." As Batman left the server room, Oracle confirmed the ongoing monitoring arrangement. "I've established direct connection to the workstation. I'll ensure Reed continues the mitigation protocols as directed." Batman moved with controlled urgency through the increasingly unstable building. The tremors were becoming more frequent, and visible evidence of structural failure was now apparent throughout the lower levels. cracks spreading across walls, ceiling fixtures hanging loose, floor tiles buckling under shifting foundation pressure. The most direct route to the infrastructure junction room was indeed blocked by a substantial ceiling collapse, forcing Batman to navigate through maintenance passages and service areas. These alternate pathways were themselves showing signs of stress, requiring careful assessment before each section could be traversed safely. Gordon reports the adjusted evacuation perimeter is secured, Oracle informed him as he navigated a particularly precarious section where a water pipe had ruptured, flooding the corridor with several inches of standing water. Structural engineers have confirmed the revised collapse pattern. The building should now fail primarily inward rather than outward, significantly reducing collateral damage to surrounding structures. And the infrastructure disconnection preparations? Technical team is standing by at the grid monitoring stations, Oracle confirmed. They're ready to implement secondary isolation protocols as soon as you achieve manual disconnection at the junction points. But Batman, her voice took on a note of urgent concern. The East Wing failure progression is accelerating. Structural integrity degrading faster than predicted. As if to emphasize this warning, a violent tremor shook the building, forceful enough that Batman had to brace himself against a wall to maintain balance. The lights flickered, then stabilized at a dimmer intensity as emergency power systems engaged. East Wing primary support column showing imminent failure, Oracle reported, tension evident in her voice. Revised estimate. Catastrophic structural collapse initiating in less than 4 minutes. Batman increased his pace, pushing the limits of safe movement through the unstable environment. The infrastructure junction room was now less than 100 meters ahead, but the intervening space showed significant damage. Partially collapsed walls, exposed electrical conduits, hanging structural elements that could fail completely at any moment. With practiced precision, Batman navigated these hazards, utilizing his grapnel gun where necessary to bypass particularly compromised sections. The building continued to protest around him, the sounds of straining metal and cracking concrete creating an ominous soundtrack to his progress. Finally, he reached the infrastructure junction room, a specialized facility where the building's various service connections interfaced with Gotham's citywide grid systems. The room itself showed evidence of the building's deteriorating condition, with cracked wall panels and ceiling fixtures hanging loose, but the critical control interfaces remained intact. Oracle, I've reached the junction room, Batman reported, immediately moving to the primary control console. Beginning manual disconnection sequence. The interface was complex but logically organized, designed for emergency management of the building's grid connections. Batman quickly identified the critical systems requiring priority disconnection: primary power distribution, water main connections, communication and data routing nodes. Each system required specific disconnection protocols to ensure clean separation from the city grid, precise sequences of commands rather than simple shutdown procedures. Batman implemented these with methodical efficiency, years of preparing for exactly this kind of infrastructure emergency evident in his practiced movements. Power grid disconnection confirmed, Oracle reported as the first sequence completed. City systems registering clean separation, no backflow surge detected. Batman moved to the water system controls next, implementing the precise valve sequence that would isolate the building's water infrastructure from the main city supply without creating pressure surges that could damage the connected systems. Water system disconnection confirmed, Oracle updated, pressure stabilizing in adjacent grid sections. As Batman began the data node isolation procedures, the building experienced its most violent tremor yet. a sustained shaking that sent ceiling panels crashing down and caused several equipment racks to topple. Emergency lighting flickered ominously, threatening to plunge the room into darkness. East Wing critical failure in progress, Oracle reported urgently. Structural collapse cascade initiating. Batman, you need to evacuate immediately. Nearly complete, Batman responded, fingers flying across the final control interface despite the increasingly hazardous conditions. Data node isolation protocols at 80%. The room's structural integrity was visibly failing now, cracks spreading across walls with audible progression, support beams groaning under shifting loads. The floor itself had developed an alarming tilt toward the east, indication that the foundation was beginning to fail as the adjacent wing collapsed. Data node isolation complete, Batman confirmed as the final sequence executed successfully. All critical infrastructure connections securely disconnected from city grid. Confirmed clean separation across all systems, Oracle acknowledged. But Batman, the building's structural integrity is reaching critical failure point. Complete collapse imminent. You need to get out now. Batman was already moving, abandoning the conventional exit routes in favor of the most direct path to the exterior. The building was coming apart around him, walls buckling, floors cracking, ceiling sections giving way. His cowl's structural analysis system highlighted marginally safer pathways through the chaos, but every route now carried significant risk. West service shaft still showing partial structural integrity, Oracle advised, providing real-time guidance based on the building's monitoring systems that were still transmitting data. Third floor access point might provide extraction opportunity before complete failure. Batman altered his course accordingly, pushing through a partially blocked corridor to reach the indicated service shaft. The vertical passage, originally designed for maintenance access to the building's utilities, now offered a potential escape route, assuming it maintained structural integrity long enough for him to ascend. Using his grapnel gun to assist the rapid ascent, Batman moved upward through the shaft as the building continued to deteriorate around him. From this position, he could hear the catastrophic sounds of the East Wing's progressive collapse. The thunderous cacophony of concrete, steel, and glass surrender to gravitational inevitability. East Wing collapse sequence at 60%, Oracle reported. Shock waves propagating through remaining structure. Central section showing critical stress indicators. Batman, you have less than 1 minute before complete structural failure. Batman reached the third floor access point, finding the door jammed from structural shifting. With no time for finesse, he applied explosive gel to the hinges, creating a controlled breach that allowed him to push through into the main building space beyond. The third floor was in advanced stages of failure. Floors buckled, walls collapsed, furniture and equipment tossed about like toys in the violent structural movement. Through shattered windows, Batman could see the East Wing had already collapsed completely, a cloud of dust and debris billowing outward despite the controlled failure protocols that had been implemented. Gordon reports East Wing complete collapse, Oracle confirmed. Central section beginning critical failure. Batman, status update. Third floor, west side, Batman responded, moving rapidly toward the nearest intact window. Exterior access, imminent. The building gave a final, shuddering groan, the unmistakable sound of primary support structures reaching failure point. The floor beneath Batman's feet began to crack and tilt dramatically, as the central section's collapse accelerated in a chain reaction of structural failure. With perfect timing born from years of similar high-pressure extractions, Batman launched himself through the nearest window as the floor gave way completely behind him. Glass shattered around him as he deployed his cape's glider configuration, the specialized memory fabric expanding to create aerodynamic surfaces that converted his forward momentum into controlled descent. From this aerial vantage point, Batman witnessed the Transit Authority headquarters complete its catastrophic collapse, a progressive cascade of structural failure that, thanks to the implemented control measures, folded inward upon itself rather than spreading outward to neighboring buildings. The dust cloud billowed upward in a massive plume, but remained largely contained within the established safety perimeter. Batman guided his descent toward Gordon's command position at the perimeter, landing with practiced precision beside the Commissioner, who was coordinating the emergency response through his radio while observing the building's collapse. Cutting it close as usual, Gordon observed dryly, though the relief in his expression was evident. "Reed? Still in the server room when I left," Batman replied. He provided critical assistance in redirecting the collapse pattern and identifying the infrastructure connection vulnerabilities. Gordon nodded grimly. "I'll have recovery teams search for him once the site stabilizes, but given the nature of the collapse, the implication was clear. Despite their efforts to control the building's failure, the likelihood of anyone still inside surviving such catastrophic structural collapse was virtually non-existent." "Infrastructure status?" Batman asked, turning the focus to the operational priorities. "All systems functioning normally in the surrounding grid," Gordon confirmed. "Your disconnection protocols worked. The building came down, but it didn't take Gotham's infrastructure with it. Whatever Bane planned in terms of cascading system failures, you prevented it." Batman surveyed the scene, emergency responders establishing secondary containment around the collapse site, structural engineers already preparing preliminary assessment of adjacent buildings, police units maintaining the evacuation perimeter. The response was professional, coordinated, effective. Gotham's emergency systems demonstrating their resilience even in the face of sophisticated attack. Bane's operation partially succeeded, Batman noted. The financial data theft was at least partially completed before we interrupted the transmission, and he achieved his demonstration of underground vulnerability. But without the cascade effect he was counting on, Gordon counted. One building came down, not an entire infrastructure network. The city will recover from this quickly. Batman nodded agreement, though his expression remained grave. This was just the beginning. Bane's approach, targeting underground infrastructure, using a building's own systems against it, creates a template for others to follow. Then we adapt, Gordon stated with simple determination. Enhance security for underground access points. Improve isolation capabilities for critical systems. Implement better monitoring for unusual activity patterns. That's what Gotham does. Faces challenges, adapts, becomes stronger. As they spoke, Oracle's voice came through Batman's comm. Nightwing reports successful interception of a data transmission team attempting to leave Gotham via the private airfield in the industrial district. They had storage devices that appear to contain the financial information extracted during the initial phase of Bane's operation. Have him secure the devices and all personnel, Batman instructed. Full isolation protocols for the data. We need to understand exactly what was compromised before allowing any connection to networked systems. Already implementing those precautions, Oracle confirmed. And Batman, despite the building's loss, this could have been much worse. Bane's full plan would have created infrastructure failures across multiple districts simultaneously. Batman acknowledged this assessment with a slight nod, though the collapsed building before him represented a significant failure in his mission to protect Gotham. Lives had been spared through timely evacuation, and critical infrastructure preserved through their intervention. But the physical damage was substantial. and the psychological impact on the city would be significant. We need to gather everything we can from Bane's captured operatives, Batman told Gordon. This operation was too sophisticated, too comprehensive to be his alone. The technical expertise, the strategic depth, he had significant support. Already on it, Gordon assured him. Tactical units are securing all apprehended personnel using enhanced custody protocols. Given Bane's history, we're not taking any chances on possible extraction attempts. The dawn was beginning to break over Gotham, pale light gradually illuminating the destruction site as emergency teams continued their work. The night's events had demonstrated once again the ongoing vulnerability of urban centers to determined sophisticated attack, not through conventional means, but through the exploitation of the very systems designed to support modern city life. I need to check the status of the underground access points Bane's team utilized, Batman stated, preparing to depart. Some may still be compromised or rigged with secondary systems. Gordon nodded understanding. We'll handle the visible response here. GCPD has established security at all identified underground access points, but a more thorough assessment would be valuable. As Batman turned to leave, Gordon added, and Batman Bane himself is being transported to specialized containment at Blackgate. Custom cell, enhanced security protocols, continuous monitoring. Everything we've learned from previous containment failures. He'll still be dangerous, Batman cautioned. Physical restraint has never been enough to truly contain Bane. His mind remains his most effective weapon. Understood, Gordon acknowledged. But right now, he's secure. That gives us time to address the vulnerabilities he exposed and prepare for whatever might come next. Batman moved away from the command position, using his grapnel gun to ascend to a nearby rooftop, where the Batmobile waited, remotely repositioned during the building crisis. As he prepared to continue his assessment of Gotham's now exposed underground vulnerabilities, he reflected on the night's events with characteristic analytical precision. Bane had indeed achieved part of his objective, demonstrating Gotham's infrastructural vulnerabilities, executing a significant data theft, and causing substantial physical damage to an iconic building. But the larger strategic victory remained contested. The planned cascading failures had been prevented, the stolen data partially recovered, and Bane himself apprehended before he could extract himself from the operation. More importantly, Bane's methodologies had been exposed and understood, providing the foundation for improved defensive measures. Gotham would adapt, as it always did, implementing new security protocols for underground access, enhancing isolation capabilities for critical systems, developing improved monitoring for the types of attack patterns Bane had pioneered. As the Batmobile carried him toward the first of several underground access points requiring investigation, Batman maintained communication with Oracle, coordinating the comprehensive response that would continue through the coming days. The immediate crisis had been contained, but the work of truly securing Gotham against similar future threats was just beginning. The night had tested Batman's physical and strategic capabilities to their limits, forcing him to navigate Gotham's forgotten underground spaces, confront one of his most formidable adversaries, and make critical decisions under extreme time pressure. Each such challenge provided lessons that would be methodically analyzed, integrated into future training and preparation. Bane had intended to break Batman by forcing him into an underground confrontation designed to exploit perceived vulnerabilities. Instead, he had once again discovered the fundamental truth about his adversary, that Batman's greatest strength lay not in physical prowess or technological advantage, but in adaptability, resourcefulness, and unwavering determination. As the first rays of sunlight touched Gotham's skyline, Batman continued his work in the shadows beneath the city, securing the foundations upon which its future security would be built. The battle against those who would threaten Gotham never truly ended. It merely evolved, requiring constant vigilance and adaptation. But for now at least, one significant threat had been contained. Bane's nocturnal siege had tested Gotham's resilience and found it, like its dark protector, more formidable than anticipated. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.